Chapter 612. Lu Xiaoyi secretly placed the 5 sword spirits into the 5-element system of the strange stone. They quietly familiarized themselves with it and lay dormant. Most importantly, they had to familiarize themselves with the 5-element spirits of the strange stone. Otherwise, it would be a big joke if they accidentally captured the wrong one. The 5-element spirits of the strange stone were the most important part of his plan. After all, he was only in the realm of Jindan. His cultivation was limited, and the level of his sword spirits was naturally limited as well. He had an advantage compared to those of the same realm, but compared to a divine object like the 5-element sacred mountain and the Yuanying behind the sacred mountain, the difference was a little too far. Therefore, it was unrealistic to capture the 5-element spirits of the sacred mountain with the sword spirits alone. He had to have the help of the 5-element spirits of the strange stone of the same level as the sacred mountain. They had to familiarize themselves with each other before they could cooperate with each other. The Yu Wei Daoist acutely sensed the looming presence of the 5-element spirits of the strange stone. This was also the opportunity he had been waiting for. He originally thought that he would have to spend at least another 10 years to force them out, but he didn't expect the strange stone to be so impatient. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The 5 elements sacred mountain of the 3 pure ones had always been used by the 3 pure ones to comprehend the 5 elements, so it had some understanding of battle. However, what did this strange stone know about battle? It had been cultivating plants and herbs for its entire life, so it wasn't a big deal for it to lose its sense of propriety when it encountered changes. Lu Xiaoyi held his breath. He knew that if he was too impatient, it would attract suspicion. A spiritual object like the strange stone that had a long lifespan shouldn't be so impatient. Therefore, he continued to waste time. At the same time, he deepened the communication and cooperation between the sword spirits and the 5-element spirits of the strange stone. The sword spirits were completely obedient to his orders, and the strange stone also partially listened to his orders under the premise that he held the strange stone core. However, he couldn't go against the strange stone's instincts, so he needed to break in. He might only have one chance. For a month, he maintained this cautious rhythm, only occasionally letting the 5 sword spirits out to wander a little. Then, they returned to the changing environment of the 5 elements. He had already endured for 10 years, so he didn't mind waiting for another 10 years. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that his sword spirits couldn't enter the range of the 5 elements sacred mountain's power. It was too dangerous, so they could only wait within the range of the strange stone's control. It was a competition of patience and the desire in the hearts of the cultivators who controlled the mountains. As a cultivator of the 3 purities, Fishbowl never lacked patience. If necessary, he could even grind until the end of time, but patience depended on the target. Of course, the Dharma cultivators were confident that they could grind against a swordsman. However, if they were to grind against a spiritual creature that had existed for millions of years, so what if they could grind until the end of time? What the Yu Wei clan member was worried about was that if this stage of the Earth's core was over, when would he be able to wait for such an opportunity again? What a patient Dharma cultivator, he had no lack of occasional rash advances. He decided to take a small gamble, just this once. As long as he could swallow one of the 5 elemental spirits in the strange stone, it would be extremely beneficial to his next step of control. The 2 wondrous objects of the 5 elements became increasingly entangled with each other. In some changes, the force fields of the 5 elements had already reached a deep level of compatibility. This was the conscious action of the human cultivators behind them. Lu Xiaoyi used 10 years to pull the Yu Wei clan member into a trap, but it could also be a trap. People's thoughts often had inertia. When they continuously hinted at themselves and hypnotized themselves, sinking deeper and deeper in a certain direction, their rationality would have already lost its effect. The Yu Wei clan member was tempted by the benefits of the sect. He wanted to complete this difficult and challenging task as soon as possible. He began to slowly downplay the potential danger. For example, why was the Earth's fissure so perfect? As the master of the 1,000 Opportunities Valley, the strange stone itself could mobilize power that far surpassed the 5 elements' divine mountain. In his eyes, the strange stone was now a silly stone without any sense of danger in battle. With an experienced veteran like him controlling the divine mountain from behind, what problem could there be? Wasn't Lu Xiaoyi the same? This was the first time he had taken the initiative to obtain a sword spirit. He couldn't stop himself. He had to take this step. There would always be some kind of risk. Thus, he also began to downplay the fact that he was facing the sect guarding stone of the three purities. He purposely didn't consider that the one controlling from behind the scenes might not be Jin Dan, but Yuanying, or even a perfected lord. A collision was inevitable. Only after a collision could the loser between them wake up. They still lacked an opportunity to make a move. Even God couldn't bear to see them waiting, so he gave them such an opportunity. A few days later, at dusk, the opportunity came. This was a real fissure. It was the kind of fissure of medium intensity that mortals couldn't feel, but cultivators could clearly distinguish it. The appearance of such a fissure was accidental but also inevitable. When the two five-element spiritual beings of heaven and earth transformed the spiritual fields in the Thousand Opportunities Valley for more than 10 years, it was an inevitable result of the impact on the depths of the ground. The last stone in the Yu Wei clan's heart fell. After hundreds of years of nascent soul, he was very clear that unlike the previous inexplicable fissure, this time it was a real killing intent from the earth. It was a masterpiece of nature. There was no possibility of man-made. If God didn't take it, he would be punished. Because of the sudden fissure, the five-element structure of the wondrous stone, with the Thousand Opportunities Valley as the center, had a violent fluctuation. In the inevitable vibration, the five-element spirits of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth jumped out, like 5 frightened little rabbits. At the same time, under the command of the Yu Wei clan, the five-element spirits of the sacred mountain rushed out, each looking for their own compatible opponent. Metal against metal, earth swallowing earth, fire against fire. This was a long-planned sneak attack. Even An Mingmai, who had been observing from the side, felt that something was wrong. She controlled the stone core to control the five-element spirits of the wondrous stone to retreat, but found that her control didn't have any effect at all. Of course, she didn't know that this was the stone core's doing. She thought that it was the Yu Wei clan's superb control of the five elements. Just as she was about to send a message to inform the five-element sect, she found that she had lost control of her body in an instant. This was a warning from the Yu Wei clan. The plot was revealed. The Yu Wei clan had countless ways to make this little Jin Dan of the An clan shut up. As long as he could control the wondrous stone, he wouldn't delay the recovery of the Thousand Opportunities Valley's spiritual field. Under the enormous pressure of the three pure ones, what could the five-element sect say? At most, he would give them some compensation from other aspects after the event. The five-element spirits of the wondrous stone followed their instincts to devour the five-element spirits of the wondrous stone. What made the Yu Wei clan stunned was that in the instant of contact, it wasn't the five-element spirits of the wondrous stone that were devoured, but the five-element spirits of his own sacred mountain. How could it be too late to stop now? This kind of competition between the spirits was a matter of an instant. There was no such thing as a back-and-forth battle. What made the Yu Wei clan puzzled was that the five-element spirits of the wondrous stone were exceptionally aggressive. It was as if they were born with a fighting instinct, waiting for the sacred stone to walk into their trap. Chapter 613. Bing Ku looked at Fang Zihui. So, have you made up your mind? Fang Zihui's eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, what he had gone through during this period was very painful. Yes, I'm leaving. I'll leave the grassland tomorrow. I'll go back to Snow City. Brother Bing, my 2 kids. The ice guest sighed, leave the child to me. It's just a matter of time. Don't look back. The grassland people never show mercy to those who betray the black deer god. You'll only be safe when you're in Xuanyuan's sphere of influence. What? Did you persuade your wife? Fang Zihui smiled bitterly. How can I persuade her? Just like she can never persuade me to believe in the black deer god. I'll leave by myself. I'll come back after you send the kids back and I settle them down. Bing Ku understood that Fang Zihui wanted to entrust the kids to his parents, and then come back to bear the anger of the black deer god with his wife. This was his unwavering loyalty to his wife, and also his insistence on his own belief. He didn't know how to persuade him. He also knew that it was not the time to persuade him, but he was very clear that Lucia meant to protect the bloodline of the Fang family. So he didn't care about anyone else except Fang. As for feelings, why did they have to be separated by life and death? He had 2 women here, and he gave them more money. Didn't they part peacefully? If he had a chance to come back in the future, he might have a chance to come back. The best chance to persuade him was not here, but in Snow City. When Fang Zihui went back, and when his family was reunited, it was the best time to stop him. Although Bing Ku didn't understand feelings, he knew people's hearts. He knew that what he should do now was to persuade Fang Zihui to go back first, and then he could make a decision. The next morning, Bing Ku saw Fang Zihui leave the camp with his horse, and went further and further away in the grassland. He didn't choose to escort him, because it was unnecessary. He had walked this road many times, and it was very safe. And the grassland people didn't stop their people from going to the Central Plains. What's more, Fang Zihui was originally from the Central Plains, so he couldn't go home to visit his family. He had more important things to do, so it was better to go early. He had already prepared everything he had, and he didn't need to care about the goods left, they were just worldly possessions. Glancing at the direction of Fang Zihui, the ice guest gritted her teeth and ran towards the direction of the Black Deer Valley of Wolves. What he didn't expect was that even if he was a little late, he would still be able to see several groups of riders running out of the camp. They were all the best knights among the grassland mortals, and they were madly chasing in the direction of Shenyuan. What should he do? Actually, Len Ku was not confident, not to mention planning. Plans needed to be supported by strength. His abilities in all aspects were mediocre. He did not have the ability to sneak in quietly, nor did he have the confidence to kill in all directions. How could he plan? Lucia had not come back, and his own ability was limited. In this dilemma, he also had a way to deal with it. Since it was Lucia's problem, he could just go back to Xiao Mountain and find one of Lucia's martial uncles, and ask Shenyuan Jindan swordsman to come forward and solve it. This was the safest way, and he did not want to act on his own hot-bloodedness. He did not have much hot-bloodedness anyway, so why would he want that thing? It would be more convenient to have a master. Thinking about it this way, the safest thing to do was to accompany Fang Zihui back and go to Mount Xiao to see if he could ask for help. But if he did that, he would be too irresponsible. When he came back, his martial uncles would ask him, Len Ku, how many children are there in the Wolf Valley? How many wizards are there? How many wizards are there? How is the terrain? How is the defense? If he could not answer any of these questions, he would lose face. For the sake of his face and to show that he was responsible, he had to go to the Wolf Valley to have a look. What if there was no defense there? One day later, a rider dressed as a prairie man arrived at the Wolf Valley. He did not choose to fly there. In a place like the prairie, flying in the sky would make him a big target. There was no concealment, so he could only approach the Wolf Valley like an ordinary person. But at the periphery of the Wolf Valley, he was still intercepted by the prairie riders. This was an interception at the level of mortals, and he managed to fool them. He was dressed as a herdsman and spoke the prairie language quickly, so he did not arouse any suspicion. But he knew that there would not be a next time. In the prairie, everyone knew about the Black Deer Plain and the Wolf Valley. The first time could be an accident, but if it happened again and again, there must be a problem. For the next part of the distance, he could only use the way of cultivation to escape from the eagle-like patrols of the prairie men. He thought very clearly that if he really went in, he was afraid that he would not succeed. If he stayed outside, he would not be able to find anything in a short time. Why not try a little at the entrance of the valley to see how alert the prairie people were? This was a very bad decision. If it were someone else with ability, he would definitely not come or sneak in, but he would not do both. But strength determines action. For a mediocre practitioner like Len Ku, testing was the maximum limit of his ability. On the side of the Wolf Valley, Len Ku was very careful. He did not know whether there was a magic circle here, and he did not know anything about the prairie people's witchcraft. It was different from the Taoist inheritance. Before he went far, there was still some distance from the position he set for himself. Lung Ku suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up and saw a witch priest in the air looking at him coldly. It was a wizard. Lung Ku felt like he was in an ice cellar. He thought in his heart and laughed awkwardly. I lost a few sheep. I will just stay outside and not go in. The wizard was expressionless, but a few figures appeared from below. They were a few wizards, and they surrounded him. At this point, it was impossible to hide his identity as a cultivator. No matter how weak Lung Ku was, as a swordsman, he would not give up without a fight. Lung Ku retreated quickly, and in a flash, the flying sword in the box shot out and hit the nearest wizard directly. He had been practicing for 100 years, and he had completed the foundation establishment. This time, he was desperate, so his momentum was naturally different. Under the sharp sword, the wizard had to dodge and resist. Seeing that he took out his sword, the other wizards also showed their Dharma forms. Lung Ku's speed was not bad, but he was stopped by the others, so he could not escape in a hurry. After a few rounds, the light and shadow intertwined. His flying sword hurt 2 wizards, but he was also hit by a punch from the 3rd wizard. He fell to the ground in blood. As far as the body was concerned, the wizard's Dharma forms could withstand a few swords, but he was hit by a punch from the 3rd wizard, so he collapsed immediately. He was caught by one of the wizards, and his acupoints were sealed. From the beginning to the end, the wizard floating in the air did not make a move. But when Lung Ku sent out the Greenbird's message, he extinguished Lung Ku's last hope and said coldly, Shenyuan swordsman? What is your purpose in coming to the Valley of Waves? The relationship between our families has been eased over the years, and we are friendly neighbors. Is this how Shenyuan people spy on their neighbors? Lung Ku knew that he had lost, but he was not willing to admit defeat. He smiled with his mouth full of blood, and said, since we are neighbors, then it is normal for us to visit each other. There is no sign here, so why can't I come? You are so careful. Could it be that there is a secret in the Valley of Waves, and you want to harm my Shenyuan? Chapter 614. The shaman ignored his pestering and only looked at the few cultivators. What's going on? Has the grassland become a sieve? How can a foundation establishment cultivator sneak in so easily? One of the sorcerers was in charge of the communication between the Wolf Valley and the mortal tribes, so he knew more about the situation. This person is a traveling merchant. You know, after the grassland opened its door in recent years, there are many such merchants. In order to maintain a friendly relationship, we can't verify them one by one. We just made a rough registration. I suddenly remembered that just yesterday, a Central Plains man who was teaching here fled back to the Central Plains, and he knew this person. Is there any relationship between them? Central Plains man? Teaching? Since he's immortal, why does it matter if he leaves or not? The sorcerer frowned. He basically didn't care about the affairs in the tribe, because it was too trivial and would delay his cultivation. So the sorcerer explained. After all, the grassland people were few in number, and couldn't be compared with the Central Plains. Each sorcerer was responsible for one tribe, and the practitioners had a strong memory, so they basically didn't miss out any personal information. Fang Zihui was a famous person in the Taoji tribe, so it was normal for the sorcerer to have an impression of him. The sorcerer was a little angry. Oh? So, there's no doubt that they're in the same group. One fled back, and the other stole the child. They just don't want the child to be educated by the sorcerer of the grassland. Humph, black dear God above, no matter which tribe the parents are from, as long as they're born in the grassland, they're the children of the grassland. They have the obligation to pass on the glory of the grassland. I'd like to see just what kind of stubborn person this teacher is. You married a woman from the grassland and enjoyed the treatment of the grassland. It's understandable that you didn't forget your identity as a Central Plains man for more than 10 years, but now you're not even willing to let them recognize your child. Could it be that my prairie is hell? It's really hell. What are you doing here? A group of people flew in the air, carrying the ice guest, and flew towards the Taoji tribe. This was not the sorcerer's whim. In recent years, a trend of extravagance had spread in the grassland. With better living conditions, the trend of enjoyment must be brought along with it, which was the disease of human beings. It was precisely because of this that the hard-working witchcraft practitioners were no longer as enthusiastic as before. Although there had not been any resistance, avoidance, or resistance, it was only a matter of time before this happened. This was especially true for the children of wealthy families. They were afraid of the journey to become a magus, which had a high mortality rate. Some of them even used the excuse of being a merchant to hide in the Central Plains. When they came back, once they passed the age limit, they would no longer look for them. This evil trend must be stopped. He had been looking for a reason. Since the book teacher from the Central Plains had jumped out on his own, he did not mind making an example out of him. The group of people moved as fast as lightning, and soon arrived at the camp of the Stab tribe. Below, the chief and a group of nobles heard the news, and rushed over one after another. Among them was Fang Zihui, who was tied up and beaten beyond recognition. Although he had stayed on the grassland for more than 10 years, he was still no match for the authentic grassland men when it came to martial arts on horseback. Although he had some reputation in the prairie, he was not from the prairie after all. So what if he was from the prairie? The lower-class herdsmen did not have much awareness of the overall situation. They were the easiest group to incite. As long as someone fanned the flames, they would become the most impulsive cannon fodder. The high shaman looked at him and said coldly, "Do you know this cultivator? Did you persuade him to steal children from the Wolf Valley?" Although his face was beyond recognition, Fang Zihui was still conscious. "No, I don't know him." He did not want to implicate others. This was his last pride as a scholar. If there was a trial, it should be on him alone. The high shaman snorted. It was very easy to know the true thoughts of this mortal. In fact, he was also very sure. It could be seen from the eye contact when they met. The reason why he asked was to let him say it in front of hundreds of people from the grassland. Only then could it shock people. Then he turned to the ice guest. "It seems that you also don't know him?" The ice guest laughed. A mortal could be so strong in front of a foreign tribe. How could he, a cultivator, not be as good as him? "I know the leg you brood. I have the obligation to help any bloodline of the Central Plains people as long as they don't want to. This is Xuanyuan's responsibility." Hearing his bad breath, the shaman next to him hit his abdomen hard, almost shattering his dantian. The high shaman's expression did not change. Xuanyuan swordsmen would never admit defeat. It had been like this for tens of thousands of years. No matter how cowardly a person was, he would behave the same after entering the demon gate. So he was too lazy to persuade him. It was meaningless. You broke into the forbidden area without permission. You should be punished according to your crime. This is the iron law of the cultivation world. Xuanyuan can't say anything. The ice guest spat out the blood foam in his mouth. He knew that he would not be spared this time. There were many reasons, but he never thought that it was because of his strength. He just felt that if he had a master earlier, things would not be like this. But he did not want to show weakness. "It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of whether I should go first or later. I will go down and reserve a good place for you. Don't worry, you will thank me when we meet again." Such a threat could not suppress the sorcerer of the grassland. For tens of thousands of years, even when they were almost exterminated by Xuanyuan in the most difficult time, they had never softened their back. Not to mention the death threat of a little Zhuji stage cultivator. Then he looked at Fang Zihui. "You came back alone? Why didn't you bring your family?" Fang Zihui's face was pale. He had already lost the desire to live. He only felt that his life was a failure. When he was young, he was ashamed to face his parents. When he was an adult, he was ashamed to face his wife and children. The only point of his pride was that he shouldered all the responsibilities on himself. "Only me. My wife didn't agree. She thought this was the glory of the black deer god. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back alone," the high shaman said gently. "To mortals, especially scholars, I am willing to give you another chance. Turn over a new leaf and believe sincerely. Your children will serve the great God forever. Then, I will let bygones be bygones for what you have done. Your life will be as usual. You can continue to spread your knowledge. Your family will not be harmed. This cultivator who fought for you will not die for you. Are you willing to do that?" Fang Zihui's eyes swept across the faces of the crowd. He did not even stay on Bing Ku's face for a second. Everyone had their own persistence. He had it, and so did this Taoist. He had heard too many stories about Shenyuan since he was young. How could this high shaman's words fool him? Shenyuan swordsman would not let others decide his fate. Even if you have good intentions, I am not willing. People of the Snow Mountain will not believe in the god of the grassland. I have not even believed in the god of Shenyuan. How dare you talk about these wild gods and traveling immortals? Scholars only believe in reason, only study, and do not worship ghosts and gods. Chapter 6:15. The sorcerer didn't try to persuade him anymore. For a person in his position, he would only say it once, and he wouldn't give him a second chance. Once he shut his mouth, the nobles of the Thorn tribe immediately understood what he meant. A few of them walked out. At this moment, a fat and strong woman rushed into the circle and used her body to shield Fang Zihui. She cried and begged for mercy in the direction of the shaman. "Sorcerer, sorcerer, please have mercy. My husband is from the Central Plains, and he doesn't know the rules of the grassland. Since this is the first offense, and I feel sorry for my child, please forgive me and give me another chance. Qing Duo will be a slave and serve the gods sincerely for the rest of her life." The sorcerer's expression didn't change at all. How could the crying of such a stupid woman change his mind? His sin was disrespecting the black deer god. If you don't believe in gods, why did you come to live in the grassland and marry a grassland woman? If you don't want your child to be chosen by the sorcerer, why didn't you send him away earlier? Why did you have to stay here and break the rules? Because of your persistence, the grassland should give up tens of thousands of years of tradition. If you don't want to fight against the gods, why did you attract the Shenyuan swordsman? This meant that the relationship between the grassland and Shenyuan would be covered with a layer of shadow. According to the style of the swordsman, it was very likely that they would use blood to wash it off. After doing all this, he still didn't realize it and still felt wronged. Why did this scholar persist? The mortal nobles below understood what he meant and unceremoniously pulled the woman away. While the woman was struggling and kicking, one of them took out a sharp knife to cut off his wrist and held Fang Zihui's head with his other hand. He shouted loudly, "Don't worry. This punishment is for the living." He raised the knife and cut Fang Zihui's neck. From the beginning to the end, Fang Zihui didn't show any weakness and beg for mercy. He didn't even break the alarm that he got from Lu Xiaoyi. He did it. He insisted on the philosophy of the Fang family until his death. Bing Ku watched the man die in front of him, but he was restrained. He couldn't move, talk, or fight. In his whole life of cultivation, he had never wanted to be stronger as much as he did today. Letting down Master Lu's trust was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that these people humiliated him in front of everyone and let him watch the people he was protecting being killed cruelly. He felt an impulse that he hadn't felt for a long time. How many times had it been? The first time, he was at the scene when his master was killed, but he couldn't do anything. The second time, he was right in front of his master's eyes when his master was seriously injured, but he couldn't do anything. And now, how much longer was he going to endure? Would he be so useless until the end of his life? Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. This was the only thing he could move right now. A kind of consciousness was awakening in his heart. But would he still have time to wake up? Qing Juo's sturdy body pounced over again. She laid on her husband's corpse and cried out loud. Her husband was arrested because of her loose lip. Because of what had happened recently, she couldn't understand why her husband was so against his son being chosen as a shaman. This was completely incomprehensible to the grassland people. A better future, stronger strength, even if he had to pay a price, what was not worth it? Therefore, when she met with her mother's clan, she couldn't help but complain. And these complaints were spread by someone in her clan who had always been secretly jealous of her. They were all ordinary people in the grassland. How could they know the hidden taboos and dangers behind this? When they realized it now, it was too late. A big mistake had been made. With their ability, they couldn't change it at all. Who destroyed this family? Was it her husband or her? There was no way to explain. Two people with different beliefs and different clans came together. This was the inevitable result. Love couldn't solve everything. There were some things that were beyond love. But at least, she could afford to have this feeling. Her husband didn't involve her and her mother's clan until his death. The only thing she could do was to accompany him. They shouldn't go back to the grassland, nor should they stay in Snow City. They should go out and wander, looking for a belief that both of them could accept. Grassland women did things quickly, just like when love came, they could walk together without hesitation. They would still be together now. Qing Duo took out the wrist knife that every grassland person would carry in their life. She stabbed herself in the chest, and then fell on her husband's body softly. They were together again. The ice guest felt that his body was burning. He never knew that one day he could explode with such strong hatred and destroy everything in front of him. Unfortunately, such strong emotions couldn't help him break through the restrictions of witchcraft. Didn't the books say that when hatred reached the deepest level, it could produce superhuman strength? It was all a lie. The elder wizard waved his hand in disgust. What happened didn't completely achieve his goal. The stubbornness of the Central Plains people and the stupidity of the women were disappointing, but the effect of shock was finally achieved. In the future, he would gradually strengthen the education in this area. Why did they allow the Central Plains people to come in and spread the culture? He couldn't understand. The Central Plains people didn't bring anything good. They could only corrupt their minds and shake their will. Take him. Let's go back. After all, he didn't kill the Shenyuan swordsman on the spot. There were too many reasons. Xuanyuan's background, Xuanyuan's style, Xuanyuan's power. The same rule, when the target was different, of course, would be treated differently. If a prince broke the law, he would be punished the same as the people. How could it be? What he didn't know was that his choice this time was somewhat wrong, ridiculously wrong. Lu Xiaoyi felt that his plan had gone wrong. It wasn't that he didn't achieve his goal of abducting the 5-element spirits of the 5-element sacred mountain, but that the sword spirits used another method to achieve his goal. In his original plan, he wanted the sword spirits to capture the 5-element spirits of the sacred mountain so that he could place them on the 5 flying swords that he had prepared for many years. This would promote the birth of the new 5-element sword spirit. Even if he didn't do his best, as long as he succeeded in 2 or 3, it would be a direction. At least he would know what to do in the future, but the actual result was that he didn't get a single new sword spirit. At the same time, he also obtained 5 sword spirits of the 5-element. It sounded contradictory, but the process was actually very simple. The 4 seasons took the lead and cooperated with the 5-element spirit of the strange stone to resist the attack of the sacred mountain. Instead, it swallowed them. In other words, the 4 seasons were now the earth-element sword spirits. Lu Xiaoyi succeeded and also failed. The number of sword spirits didn't increase, but their abilities were swallowed by the original sword spirits. These bastards. With the 4 seasons as an example, Zhu Cheng followed suit and swallowed the metal-element sword spirit. The water army swallowed the water-element sword spirit, the sea god swallowed the fire-element sword spirit, and the hidden fragrance swallowed the wood-element sword spirit. These bastards took the 5-element spirits that their master had painstakingly obtained, leaving nothing behind. During this process, the 5-element spirit of the strange stone didn't stay idle either. It also went against the orders of the master of the stone core and acted purely on instinct, swallowing everything. In fact, the result was that the spoils of war that Lu Xiaoyi had arranged were divided among these natural spirit creatures. Chapter 616. Lu Xiaoyi didn't dare to stay any longer. He had already gotten the benefits. Was he going to wait here to receive the anger of the 3 pure ones and the 5-element sect? Of course, he had to run as far as he could and as fast as he could. As a Jin Dan, he had taken a bite of the most precious meal in a banquet full of perfected beings and supreme immortals. Was he still waiting for others to praise his teeth? This was a rare time of chaos. The cultivators outside were still doubting and unsure. His current Earth escape speed couldn't be compared to 10 years ago. At that time, he could only run as fast as a mortal. Now, his speed was close to 10% of his Earth escape speed. In the sky, this kind of speed was not worth mentioning, but in a soil environment, this kind of speed was amazing. In the cultivation world, Earth escape was never known for its speed. This was a natural limitation. The meaning of Earth escape was concealment. With the cover of the strange stone core, his deeper understanding of the 5 elements, and his 10 years of familiarity with the environment, plus the fact that the Yuchang Taoist was still immersed in regret, he left without any danger. In the Nameless Valley, the Yuchang Taoist was still immersed in failure. For a non-combat cultivator like him who specialized in the 5 elements, it was difficult for him to think about the destruction caused by the enemy. They were often more accustomed to introspection. What did he do wrong? He didn't immediately search the entire underground of the Thousand Opportunities Valley with his divine sense. This was the essential difference between a combat cultivator and a professional cultivator. When the cultivators of the 5 elements sect arrived, everything was too late. The thief had already escaped a few miles away. This distance was not worth mentioning in the sky, but under the ground, it was beyond the search limit of Yu Enyiang's divine sense. If he wanted to find the soil rat, he didn't know which direction to start. To be honest, the 5 elements Zhenren came very quickly because they had been paying attention to the Nameless Valley. When the 5 elements' spiritual vigor in the underground fluctuated abnormally violently, they rushed here. After 10 breaths of time, they arrived at the scene. What they saw was the dumbfounded Taoist Yu Chang and an Mingmai who was restrained and unable to move. They were all 5 elements' great masters. With a little judgment and a few words from an Mingmai, they understood the specific situation. As a result, the 5 elements sect cultivators didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the surface, they seemed to sympathize with the situation, but in their hearts, they were gloating. They deserved it. He wanted to take advantage of the 5 elements sect. He wanted to take the 5 elements sect's rare stones and treasures for himself. Now, he had gone overboard, hadn't he? He had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he failed to control the strange stone, he had even caused his 5 elements divine mountain to lose all of its spirituality. Of course, a mystical object like the 5 elements sacred mountain couldn't be destroyed just like that. Its foundation was still there, but the lost spirituality would require a long period of time to cultivate again. This period of time could easily be counted in the thousands of years. It wouldn't be surprising to say that it would take 10,000 years to completely recover. The 5 elements sect had gained a huge advantage because the mystical stone's spirituality had clearly increased. Moreover, it had been completely restored. That was the result of devouring the divine mountain. If he swallowed it, could he spit it out again? There was no such thing in the cultivation world. Even if they were allies. What's more, it was the 3 pure ones who had the crafty idea first. They couldn't even talk about it in public. The leader, 5 elements spiritual master, said to an Mingmai warmly, "Thank you for your hard work. It's best not to tell anyone about this. The 5 elements sect won't go back on its promise to an Mingmai. There will be a surprise later. You should go back and rest." He turned around with a sorrowful expression, as if he was empathizing with her. "Because of my 5 elements, the spirituality of the sacred mountain has been exhausted. It's really, really regretful. We will always remember the help of the 3 pure ones. What else do you need now? How about leaving the 5 elements sacred mountain here?" Previously, it was the divine mountain that helped the strange stone. Now, our 5 elements sect is returning the favor. Should it be the strange stone's turn to help the divine mountain? The Yu Chang person wanted to cry but had no tears. His future in the sect was over. A moment later, Lu Xiaoyi floated to the ground outside the Valley of Thousands of Chances. Without hesitation, he flew straight to the rendezvous point. He wouldn't choose to fly back to the North region directly, because once the 3 pure ones realized that the Grand Clear lineage sacred mountain had been destroyed, they would definitely send nascent soul cultivators or even perfected cultivators to investigate the truth. There would be variables. At this time, the best choice was to teleport back. Clean and efficient, once and for all, he had already prepared a fake identity in the East Sea. In order to confuse them more, he wouldn't teleport directly to the North region. Instead, he would first teleport to Shisha or other prefectures. Then, He would change his identity and return to the North region. Basically, it would be impossible to track him. The cross-province teleportation formation in the North region wasn't on Mount Xiao but under Tianling. Of course, it was also under the control of the Shenyuan. After asking the guarding senior brother, it seemed that nothing big had happened on Mount Xiao recently. He was a little relieved. He had been away for 10 years and was isolated from the outside world. He was also worried that something might happen and he couldn't do his part. Starting from the cross-province teleportation formation in Tianling, the grassland was much closer than Mount Xiao. Moreover, he had been away for 10 years. The only thing he was worried about was Fang Zihui's safety. Although the possibility was not big, he was a teacher. What danger could he be in? Now, the relationship between the grassland and Shenyuan was also easing. But he had to see it to be at ease. Maybe Fang Zihui's wish to travel and teach had been fulfilled and he had already returned to Snow City. He decided to go to the grassland first and then return to Mount Xiao. It wouldn't take much time. Flying all the way, not only was his mood not full of joy, but there was also some indescribable irritation. He didn't know where the problem was, but the basic direction was the grassland. This was the intuition of a cultivator. Lu Xiaoyi subconsciously flew at full speed. He prayed in his heart. No matter what happened, at least Fang Zihui was still alive, right? He didn't feel any change in the token, which meant that Fang Zihui should be fine. A few days later, he entered the grassland. He had already changed into grassland clothes and was riding a wild horse. He couldn't just swagger into the grassland. After all, the relationship between the two sides was still in a period of easing. A rational cultivator, especially as the backbone of the region, should not bring any additional changes to the sect. He should try his best not to mess up the overall strategy of the sect. This was the basic principle. As long as he was alive, everything was fine, but reality gave him a heavy blow. Lu Xiaoyi learned about everything from the several Central Plains people's trading points in the Tongji tribe. The grassland people wanted to set a negative example, so they spread the news. Moreover, there were many people present at the time of the accident, so there was basically no misjudgment. The thing he was most worried about still happened. He didn't handle the matter of senior sister well. Although this couldn't be entirely blamed on him, who asked Fang Zihui to be so troublesome? The only good news was that Fang Zihui had left behind a bloodline. This was the silver lining in the misfortune. Otherwise, based on the current Mr. Fang, he was afraid that he would be unable to do it. After more than 200 years of cultivation, he had learned to control his emotions. He wouldn't rashly get angry. Only deep murderous intent. Chapter 617. Everything was clear now. He never thought of going back to Mount Xiao to ask for help. The most powerful fighter in Jindan in Mount Xiao was himself. Moreover, this was his private matter. There was no need to disguise himself. Some things needed to be done openly. Lu Xiaoyi moved in the air and appeared near the Wolf Valley the next moment. After confirming with his divine sense, he closed his body and rushed into the valley. His divine sense instantly scanned the small valley, and he didn't miss anything. This valley was similar to the Taoist temple in the human world. It was a place to cultivate the beginner witches of the grassland. The children would study and accumulate knowledge here for several years, not only psychologically, but also physiologically. It could be imagined that the primitive way of cultivation of the grassland people was much more radical and cruel than the orthodox way of Taoism in the Central Plains. Because it was a Taoist orthodoxy that focused on body cultivation, the physical training and physical punishment had never stopped since childhood. The rate of disability was very high, and death was not new. Finally, the ones with potential and talent for witchcraft were selected and sent to the next level of secret grassland for further study. Based on this, the witches were produced. However, this kind of place was not known to ordinary grassland herdsmen. Fang Zihui's 2 children were sent here less than a month ago, so there was still time. The grassland people reacted quickly. In fact, when they caught the Foundation establishment Shenyuan swordsman, they were already mentally prepared for this. With the temper of the sword maniac, revenge was inevitable. It would happen sooner or later, no matter who came, no matter how many came. The beginner witches of the Wolf Valley, like them, were not very powerful. The only senior wizard that appeared at that time was just patrolling here. Under normal circumstances, the normal operation of the Wolf Valley was only maintained by a few witches. Therefore, the ice guest's judgment and luck were both problematic. If he was calmer and more resolute, there would be a chance to sneak into the Wolf Valley and rescue the two children after the senior wizard left. However, his mentality was not right, and he placed all his hopes on others. His two masters, Jin Dan of Mount Xiao, never thought that with his strength at the peak of Foundation establishment, he was already very capable of doing something big. All the famous swordsmen in history, which one of them didn't dominate the world when they were still in Foundation establishment? Not a single one of them was able to endure silently, and not a single one of them managed to reach the upper realm. It was a matter of mentality. Last night, they had sent a warning letter to the shaman altar, asking for support and guidance. The reinforcements should be on their way now, but they didn't expect the Shenyuan people to come so quickly, so urgently. Given the distance between the prairie and Shenyuan, even if that Foundation establishment cultivator had sent out a call for help at the first moment, there shouldn't have been anyone coming so quickly. Moreover, he had personally extinguished the Green Bird's letter, which made him very confused. He wasn't too worried. With their current strength, even if they couldn't win, they should be able to stall for some time, right? Reinforcements would arrive soon, so he had nothing to fear. Most importantly, he had only killed a mortal, not the Shenyuan swordsman. There was still room for him to turn the situation around. Lu Xiaoyi ignored him. The valley was very small, and all of it was within the range of his spiritual sense. The prairie people didn't deliberately hide, so it was only a matter of time before he knew where the imprisoned ice guest was. There was no need for him to search every room. Tuba didn't stop the swordsman from scanning the area with his spiritual sense. It was too sudden, and there wasn't enough time to communicate. As the owner of the prairie, he couldn't take the initiative to speak. In his opinion, the prairie was right. If it was another cultivator who dared to swagger in like this, he would have taken him down without hesitation. But the Shenyuan swordsman, especially the one who dared to barge in so openly, must be the sword maniac. This kind of person needed to be treated with caution. The Foundation establishment swordsman had a witchcraft restriction on his body. It was a very special restriction that sealed his meridians. Not only did it seal his spirit, but it also sealed the connection between the cultivator and the sword box. Without the witchcraft restriction, the swordsman couldn't lift the restriction quickly. This was the communication method he had deliberately left behind. If the swordsman wanted to save his fellow disciple, he had to ask him to lift the restriction. Then, there would be communication, and there would be a start. At least he didn't ask first, so that he could save some face for the intruder, but his little scheme was useless in front of the real sword maniac. A sword light shot out, and all the upper-level sorcerers used their Dharma forms to prevent the maniac from attacking, but the maniac's flying sword wasn't aimed at them, but at his fellow disciple who was lying on the ground in a yurt. The sword light was unusually accurate. Just like the embroidery of a weaver, it cut the connection between the ice guest and his sword box. Tuba's heart sank. This action also indicated that he would fight to the death. The flying sword cutting the connection between the sword box and the sword box seemed to be able to lift the restriction on the ice guest in an instant, but the side effects were extremely serious. It meant that the ice guest had wasted most of his life practicing the sword. If he wanted to return to his old profession, he had to start from the beginning. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness could only mean one thing: he didn't care about the grassland. He would rather destroy his own swordsman than destroy the grassland. In his hundreds of years of life, Tuba had heard countless rumors about the sword maniac. But he was born in an era when the relationship between the two families was getting better, so he didn't have the chance to fight with the sword maniac. His teachers also always said that the sword maniac now was no longer the sword maniac of the past. But today, when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that his teacher's words might be wrong. He didn't even say a word to his fellow disciple, but suddenly attacked him. If he wasn't crazy, who would be crazy? The ice guest stood up in a daze. The yurt on his head was cut in half, and he saw the light again. He hadn't fully reacted, but since he saw Lucia standing in the air, he felt relieved. Master is here, I can keep my life. No, he's not master yet, he's still working hard. Lucia's unscrupulous voice came into his ears, go and find the child. The ice guest turned over and stood up. Although there were still 6 ferocious grassland shamans above his head, he wasn't afraid at all. He had seen Lucia's great power in the South Sea. Ordinary people were nothing in front of Lucia. This was the reason why he wholeheartedly wanted to be Lucia's disciple. But he didn't know how long Lucia could last this time. Tuba was calmly instructing his disciples. He had a hunch that today's battle might be his last battle. I will fight with the enemy. No matter who wins or loses, no one is allowed to interfere. Just wait here. Before he finished his words, the sword maniac's sword had already come over. Tuba's Dharma form became more and more majestic. This was the strongest Dharma form that he had ever activated in his life. Among the 5 shamans beside him, 3 of them followed him without hesitation, and didn't listen to his orders. The other 2 stayed where they were. In an instant, the sword whistled in the air, and the sky was colorless. The next moment, as if the haze had dispersed, the sky seemed to be raining blood. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at the ice guest, who was carrying the 2 children, and rushed to the tribal camp. Let's go. Chapter 618. Bingku followed Master Lu in a daze. It was really satisfying to work with this uncle, but he couldn't keep up with his thoughts. He followed behind, frowning. Uncle, I can't use the sword anymore. Lu Xiaoyi didn't even turn his head. You used it before? Bingku was silent. He knew what Master Lu meant, that he didn't deserve to be a swordsman before. He practiced swordsmanship, but couldn't use the sword like a real swordsman. It's not too late to learn it again. Learn it again? Is it too late to choose the sword embryo again, carve the sword formation again, nourish it again, and communicate with the sword case again? Before he could consider it carefully, they had arrived at the Stab tribe. Lu Xiaoyi took the child from him. Go and find out the nobles who killed Fang Zihui. Bingku was shocked. Master Lu was really cruel. He killed people in the Wolf Valley, and didn't care about their states. He killed the senior wizard, and didn't let the 3 wizards who followed him go. It seemed that he didn't care about the blue sky rule that states were not equal. So, now he came to find trouble with mortals. Could it be that the main culprit had been killed, and the following revenge was still necessary? Would it cause an effect? Would it affect the future senior wizard? Would it cause condemnation in the cultivation circle? Would it be blamed by the sect? There was no time to think so much. In front of Master Lu, any hesitation was a sin. He also wanted to prove that he was still useful, although he failed to protect Fang Zihui this time. But now he didn't understand what he did wrong. If Master Lu was also in the foundation establishment level, what would he do? In the past 10 years, he had become very familiar with the Stab tribe. He also knew the nobles who stood out, and they had even bought goods from him. They were all fanatics of the grassland belief, or they wouldn't have stood out at that time. Bingku knew that he was too soft before, and Master Lu was not satisfied, so this time he tried to be rough. He directly opened the yurt bag and took the child, without listening to their explanation. 1 day ago, the Stab tribe had experienced such a trial, but the judge was one of them, the guardian of the grassland, the witch priest. But this time, the judge had changed. It was someone from the Central Plains, and it was on the grasslands. The herdsmen had gathered in greater numbers than the previous time. They were filled with hatred for the outsiders who had come to the grasslands to behave atrociously. However, they also knew that it was not something that could be solved by mortal forces. Therefore, they simply gathered in silence and looked at each other coldly, waiting for the power of their faith to deal with the 2 audacious cultivators from the Central Plain. Lu Xiaoyi was hanging in the air where Tuba was. He was indifferent and cold, allowing the ice guest to throw the 5 aristocrats to his feet one by one. The 2 children were terrified. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what had happened. They had only been in the Wolf Valley for a short period of time, so it was impossible for them to change their beliefs. Among the crowd, The grandparents of the two children wanted to come forward and carry their children, but they were stopped by him. There was no need for that. Even if they reunited now, it would not change the fact that they would have to part later. Rather than meeting each other, it was better not to meet each other. At the very least, it would be good for the grassland family's situation in the tribe. Those fanatics couldn't do anything to cultivators, but they could cause a lot of trouble to ordinary people like them. When the 5 grassland aristocrats had gathered, Lu Xiaoyi ordered, "Let's go. Tell the children, what happened here yesterday?" The ice guest did not agree with such a direct and cruel method. It was better to let their grandparents raise them, and then tell them the truth slowly. Otherwise, how would such a cruel thing affect the two children? They would definitely be traumatized, and maybe there would be other things. However, he did not dare to disobey Lucia. When Lucia went crazy, he was also afraid. The ice guest could only use the softest tone that he thought would not stimulate the children to tell the cruel story. It was a very simple story, but he was sweating profusely after telling it. Adults could tell the story clearly in a few words, but he took half an hour to tell it. Lu Xiaoyi did not urge him, because he was also waiting for someone. The killing in the Wolf Valley was not satisfying enough. He needed more opportunities to vent the violence in his heart. If he missed this opportunity, he should not come to seek revenge again. That would completely provoke the confrontation between the two forces. And now, he was still at the stage of equal revenge. The two children were crying there. They could not accept the loss of their parents for the time being, but they were very sensible at the age of 8 or 9, especially under the careful training of Fang Zihui. Lu Xiaoyi moved his spiritual awareness. He could feel the fluctuation of spiritual vigor in the distance quickly approaching. This was expected. So he pulled out his sword and shouted to the ice guest, "Cultivators should not fight with ordinary people. This is the iron law of the world. It is also the iron law of cultivation. But I want to tell you, since you are a swordsman, there is no law in this world. If I let you fight, you will think that I, as a martial uncle, will push all the karma to my disciples. Now watch carefully." He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The head of a grassland aristocrat rolled far away, and the blood spilled on the ice guest who was close to him. He did not dare to dodge. Because Lucia did it on purpose. He was using this method to tell him that the karma of ordinary people did not matter. If he dared to touch it, would you dare to? After Lu Xiaoyi killed one, he did not even look at him. He only looked into the distance. Next, he would fiercely slap the faces of those sacred and inviolable witches in front of the countless people of the grassland. He would let them completely understand who was sacred and inviolable in this world. As for the grassland aristocrats below, they were the ice guest's choice. It was not that the ice guest had never killed anyone, but since he started cultivating, he had never killed any ordinary people. This completely subverted his understanding of cultivation for 100 years. Should he follow Lucia's path? Or should he stick to his original intention of cultivating? The long sword in his hand, but he felt it was so heavy. Lu Xiaoyi did not move, because he wanted the grassland people below to see clearly that their so-called powerful witches were nothing in front of the Shenyuan swordsman. This was a necessary shock. Not only for his satisfaction, it was also to give the hundreds of people below a chance to live. Otherwise, when he left, these people would become the target of the grassland people's revenge. He was very clear about the propriety of doing things. What could be done, and what could not be done. In his perception, there were a total of 4 auras approaching. They were all at the level of Jindan. At this time, it was impossible for the grassland people to send their witches to deal with the sword maniac who was in a killing frenzy. The 4 forms of Dharma, ox, deer, eagle, and wolf, brought a suffocating pressure, as if they were gods and demons from the 9 heaven. They had perfectly combined the huge size of the Dharma and the bewilderment of witchcraft. Cheers erupted from the campsite like a landslide and tsunami. The grassland people all knelt on the ground, proud of the power of their witches. They were ordinary people. How could they tell who was strong and who was weak? Of course, the bigger the stronger, the more impressive the more powerful. Chapter 619. One of the noblemen seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The arrival of the witch tribe made him feel powerful. He turned fear into arrogance. This was the inevitable psychological change of a fanatic, but he changed faster than the others. Of course, no matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he could not challenge the practitioners from the Central Plains who were so close to him. He just stood up and waved his hands. No one knew what he wanted to say. Was he calling everyone to resist? Or was he trying to escape? Or was he just excited? No one knew. Ice Guest did not know either. Under the pressure above his head, the situation was very dangerous. He only knew that once this guy escaped, it would be very troublesome to catch him again. At this moment, he did not want to cause any more trouble for Master Lu. Without thinking, he waved the long sword in his hand subconsciously. Did I break the precepts and kill the mortals? As the protagonist, Lu Xiaoyi did not have as many psychological struggles as him. The appearance of the 4 battle witches made him very excited, because he finally had a chance to practice the 5 elements ability he got in the East Sea. Although he did not have the chance to carefully organize his 5 elements sword art, he was already familiar with the attacking methods of the 5 elements during the 10 years in the Valley of Thousands of Chances and the confrontation with the 5 elements Holy Mountain. It was the accumulation of nearly 1,000 years of experience from the Yuanying of the 3 Pure Ones. He knew how to operate it, how to find an opportunity during the operation, and how to kill. The only difference was that at that time, it was a confrontation between the spirits of the 5 elements. Now, it was a life and death battle between humans. At that time, it was the spirits of the 5 elements. Now, it was the spirits of the sword. 4 seasons, Ju Cheng, Hidden Fragrance, Navy, and Wu Shun. Of course, they could also be called the 5 elements swords of earth, metal, wood, water, and fire. He did not even know how to define these greedy things. As soon as the 5 flying swords appeared, they immediately covered the 4 Dharma forms. The 4 grassland witches came prepared. They also had rich experience in dealing with the Shenyuan swordsman. They knew that once the swordsman flew with his swords, it would be very difficult for them to seize the opportunity to surround him, and they would be easily defeated one by one. So, they gathered together carefully, protecting and coordinating with each other. The 4 Dharma forms were the bull in front, the wolf crouching low, the eagle soaring in the sky, and the deer flanking guard. No matter which direction the sword cultivator attacked from, they would be able to combine their strength to fight back. They could attack and defend. Cultivators were at their worst when it came to discerning the situation. They valued their reputation more than anything else. When it came to Shenyuan swordsmen, it was never too much to be cautious. Since this man dared to come alone, he must be one of the best in Xiao Mountain. If they worked together, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the sword that came and went like a ghost. Using the same method to deal with all kinds of changes was a very clever response. But what they didn't expect was that the other party would actually use 5 consecutive strikes to form a sword formation. This was a pleasant surprise. Had the swordsman been blinded by anger? Although the sword formation could contain more cultivators, the power would disperse if it was divided, and the power would be concentrated. Fighting 4 cultivators at the same time and fighting 1 cultivator at the same time were 2 completely different concepts. Most importantly, the swordsman did not wield his sword. Instead, he stood there in a daze. Had he lost his mind? In order not to provoke the swordsman and make him change his fighting style, the 4 senior magi had tacitly decided to stay together. What kind of sword formation could not be blocked by 4 Dharma adepts, who were known for their defense? This was the 5 elements sword array. The senior magi's intuition was very accurate. In the cultivation world, this was an array formation that could be found everywhere. Every sect would have a legacy related to the 5 elements array. They had seen many of them, but to these grassland legacies that focused on strength, this array formation was like scratching an itch. The ox's horns were raised to the sky, supporting the heaven and earth. The antlers of the deer were lowered, ready to increase their strength. The wolf's fangs were exposed, and the eagle's claws were stretched out. The 4 of them cooperated perfectly. Once the sword formation was activated, the swordsman would focus on attacking. The ox and deer would guard the circle, and the wolf's eagle would attack. They couldn't attack too early in case they startled the swordsman. If they withdrew the formation and wielded the sword, it would be troublesome. The 4 Dharma adepts were mighty and ferocious. Even the mortals could feel the power of the 4 Dharma adepts, not to mention the most devout of believers. The herders cheered at the top of their lungs. The ice guest's sword flashed, and another aristocrat from the grassland was killed. He was already a little desperate. What was the difference between killing 1 or 2 mortals? He couldn't even use his flying sword now. How could he talk about the upper realm of Jindan? Since there was no hope for him to reach the upper realm, why should he be afraid of karma? When he completely let go of his state of mind in cultivation, his own likes and dislikes immediately controlled his emotions. He thought of Fang Zihue's throat being cut in front of him. He thought of himself, a dignified Shenyuan swordsman, being humiliated in front of a crowd of mortals. He thought of the helpless eyes of his 2 children. His disgust finally won over his rationality. He licked his lips and looked at the last 2 aristocrats from the grassland. It was hard to say if Lu Sha would win the battle. However, if it was 1 against 4, there might be some accidents. Since he had already killed 2 of them, why should he keep the other 2? They were not pigs, why should he keep them for the new year? When he turned his fierce gaze to them, the hearts of the remaining 2 aristocrats were like dead ashes. Lu Xiaoyi certainly didn't learn the 5 elements sword formation. However, in the 10 years of immersion in the strange stone and the sacred mountain, what he came in contact with was the purest 5 elements Tao in the world. Why should he learn the sword formation? Just like how he didn't learn the 7 stars sword formation, but the 7 stars were engraved in his dantian. Why should he learn the profound changes of the humans? Once you mastered the essence of something, who would care about the surface? The 5 elements sword formation surrounded the 4 shamans. The shamans immediately felt that something was different. As the sword light flashed, the power that fell was incredibly heavy. Moreover, the 5 elements were still changing. Apart from defending, how could they have the chance to attack? A flying sword fell from the top of each shaman's head. The first sword was of the metal element, the second sword was of the water element, and so on. The 5 flying swords surrounded them and attacked different targets in an orderly rotation. Everyone was tormented by the changes of the 5 elements. No one knew which element the next sword would be, and this made it extremely difficult for them to defend. Moreover, the changes were getting faster and faster, and more disorderly. It was because there were only 4 of them, but there were 5 flying swords. The extra flying sword would insert itself at any time and mess up the order of the 5 element. With such an intense change, the swords could change at will. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to keep up with the rhythm of the 5 elements, and a loophole would appear. Among the 4 shamans, Tan Lang's cultivation was the weakest. If he didn't deal with it properly, Lu Xiaoyi, who was in the midst of the 5 elements, immediately seized the opportunity. The wandering flying sword fell from the sky. When the 2 swords collided, it turned into ashes immediately. 3 people, 5 flying swords, it was even more difficult to defend. Following closely was the flying eagle. Feathers were flying in the sky. The Dharma of the black deer let out a sad cry. Shenyuan man, do you want to start a war between the 2 sects? Do you want the people in the north region to be plunged into misery and suffering? Lu Xiaoyi ignored it. The 5 elements sword formation minced the 2 of them into blood mist. He sneered. Plunge the people in the north region into misery and suffering? You don't deserve it. Below, the ice guest killed the last grassland aristocrat with a sword. He raised his head and saw that Master Lu had won again. Chapter 620. The fierce and sudden change made thousands of grassland people keep quiet out of fear. Their sky has collapsed. The witches of the grassland who used to be so arrogant and unapproachable were so weak in front of this strange Central Plains cultivator. In a 4 versus 1 battle, they didn't even use their best skills. These ordinary grassland people had lived in a peaceful environment for hundreds of years. How could they know the real situation of the cultivation world because of the witches' propaganda? How could they know that the cultivation forces of the grassland had been in a situation where Shenyuan kept cutting their leeks for tens of thousands of years? They could only see the short span of a few decades in their ordinary lives. Even their forefathers had never experienced such a thing. They had always been proud and self-righteous, which made them think that they could compete with the forces of the Central Plains. It was only because of their ancestral teachings and living habits that they couldn't go out of the grassland. But now they realized that it was not a matter of whether they wanted to go out or not, but whether others would let them go out or not. They started to doubt their trust in their witches, and their anger about their nobles being killed turned into silence. High pressure was the most effective way to suppress them, even if it couldn't last long. Lu Xiaoyi didn't need to last long, because he just wanted to enjoy himself. Life is the most important thing. Everyone has the right to a fair trial. Whoever dares to vent his anger out of selfishness, they will be the result. I don't care if you are an individual, a tribe, or a so-called god. The two Central Plains people left with their 2 children, leaving a mess on the ground. The elder of the Townie tribe burst into tears. What right to a fair trial? When you killed the 5 grassland nobles, did you give them a fair trial? It was nothing more than having a bigger fist. In the grassland, people were more used to this simple law of life and death. Bing Ku was flying behind Lu Shi with the child in his arms. He wanted to say that it was better for Lu Shi to carry the child, because the 2 of them could fly faster, but he didn't dare to say it, because he felt that maybe Lu Shi hadn't killed enough and was still deliberately slowing down to wait for the grassland people. So he was the one flying in front with the child in his arms. It was very embarrassing. He wanted to slow down, but he couldn't control his body's instinct to stay away from danger. Until they went further and further, until they crossed the middle line between the grassland and Shenyuan, until the weather became colder and colder, they could see the familiar sword traces in the sky occasionally. Damn it, I'm finally home. Finally, I'm not alone anymore. I can finally fight without being outnumbered. In his 100 years of cultivation, he had never felt such urgency. Even when his 2 masters were killed, he did not feel so anxious to go home because he knew he was safe. However, it was different from when Master Lu came out. It was as if an enemy would come out from behind him at any time. It was too exciting. He was afraid that he would never be able to experience such excitement again. The connection between his body and the sword sheath had been destroyed, so he could no longer draw his sword. Once the ice guest's body relaxed, her speed also slowed down. Such a change attracted the dissatisfaction of Lu Shi behind her. It's not shameful to be in such a hurry to escape. A swordsman would still run away after killing someone. But why are you so relaxed when you're only halfway there? Did he think that the enemy would not dare to chase after him and kill him just because he was in Xuanyuan's territory? If it were me, now would be the best time to kill the enemy. Since I've started running, I'll keep running. So the ice guest sped up again and flew at full speed. He knew that Master Lu was teaching him, but he had only learned this now. Would it still be useful? In the Fang school in Snow City, Mr. Fang was cleaning the courtyard with his hands around his waist. He was over 70 years old and had stopped teaching 3 years ago. He and his wife were guarding this ancestral property. Their greatest joy was to wait for the news from the distant grassland. They were too old to travel long distances. Their son had only come back twice in the past 10 years, bringing the children with him. They were waiting for the children to come back for the 3rd time. The clothes that were sewn at home had already piled up into a mountain. They were sewn by the old wife. 2 boxes of books for the children of this age had also been filled up. They were written by him stroke by stroke. Their days were quiet and monotonous. They had no desires, only longing for the distant place, and they reflected on why they had come to this point in their self-reproach. Was it because they were too strict with their children when they were young? Or was it because of other reasons? The door of the courtyard was gently pushed open. Although Mr. Fang was over 70 years old, he was not deaf. Then he saw 4 familiar people. He vaguely remembered the person who sent his son to the grassland because of his unchanged face, the businessman who often sent him news from the grassland, and the 2 children. The children cried and rushed over. Mr. Fang squatted down and hugged the children tightly. Tears flowed down his face. He had lived for over 70 years. How could he not understand such a situation? The old woman ran out of the house and staggered. The family hugged each other and cried together. The ice guest's eyes were sour. He was one of the responsible people in this life and death separation. He had an unshirkable responsibility, but he didn't know what to say. He just held a folding fan in his hand and opened it and closed it again. Master Lu's voice was emotionless. Wait until they calm down. Explain to them clearly about Xiaoming's advantages and disadvantages. Then find them a better place to live in Shenyuan City. This place is still a bit far from Mount Xiao. You don't have to feel burdened. It was Fang Zihui who insisted on living in the grassland. No one forced him. If we are talking about the responsibility of protecting them, I am more responsible than you. No matter if you are a cultivator or a mortal, you have to be responsible for your own choices. It's good to have persistence. With faith, there is a bottom line. But everything needs to be paid a price. He paid the price for his own persistence. His faith was not supported by the ability. It's as simple as that. Bingku nodded and agreed. He was good at this. He also understood what Master Lu meant. Only in Shenyuan City could a mortal be completely safe. This was just in case. What if there was someone who was desperate to take risks? As for who should be responsible, who could say clearly? He only considered whether he had done his part well or not. The fact was, he didn't do it well. Looking at the ice guest who was a little scared, he said, as long as you have the sword in your heart, you can practice the sword again. It doesn't matter if the sword box is damaged or not. By the way, was your previous sword the Shenyuan sword? Do you want to give up and muddle along, or do you want to be motivated again and persist in your dream? What are you holding in your hand? The ice guest explained, Fang Zihui's folding fan. A grassland aristocrat saw that it was exquisitely made, so he took it away when he killed someone. I saw it when I was executing the law, so I took it back. It is one of the few things he left behind. Lu Xiaoyi took it over and shook it open. There was a poem on it. Home in front of Snow City, married into the beautiful grassland. Looking back at home, I am timid, wondering where the horizon is. How many days have passed for Hu Chen? When will the moon be rounder? To be able to sing this song for you, I can't help but feel heartbroken. Chapter 621. Why did you kill the last 4 shamans? You had the chance to escape directly. I need an explanation. Since Lu Xiaoyi returned to Xiao Mountain, he told Nan Zhenren everything frankly. He felt that there was nothing to hide. He was no longer who he was in the past. Disciple wants to test the grassland's attitude in the past few hundred years. Is it true or not? I always feel that their changes are a little strange. There must be something wrong. Nan Zhenren stared at him. Of course, he knew that this was just nonsense. He had only been in Qing Sky for a few years, and he already had a deep understanding of the relationship between Shenyuan and the grassland. Even they, who had been in Qing Sky all year round and used the vision of a great cultivator to monitor the grassland, did not find anything. What could a Jindan cultivator find out? Just because of intuition? It was better to say that it was because he wanted to use this as a pretext to kill to his heart's content. But there was no need to say these words out loud. Swordsman came back from the 5th ring, so it was understandable that he wanted to kill more. So, what did you find? What's your conclusion? Lu Xiaoyi's face was calm. Nothing. But because of the grassland's forbearance, I feel that they might be planning something big. Why? Did Marshal Uncle receive a message from the grassland? Nan Zhenren said meaningfully, yes. They sent a message. First, it was to protest. Second, it was to eliminate misunderstandings and get along harmoniously. They proposed to deepen communication on the cultivation level in the future. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. This doesn't make sense. Nan Zhenren nodded. Yes. This is not the style of a race for tens of thousands of years. So our opinion is the same. There must be something fishy about this. The problem is that we can't find out what's fishy about it. Since you intend to intervene in this aspect, why don't you treat it as a long-term mission to find out the possible truth behind it? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I will. But the sect should not give up monitoring on other levels. Disciple will try his best, but my realm is limited. Nan Zhenren laughed, but your ability to cause trouble is limitless. If the other party is strict and impeccable, then occasionally provoking them is a method. But you have to control the degree and have a reason, just like this time. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I'd rather use another reason. Daoist Nan sighed regretfully. He had no impression of Yang Cheng, but as a cultivator, this kind of family matter was actually very disgusting, so he couldn't say anything. Ever since Xiaoyi came to Qingkong, the northern region was shaken by the battle in the South Sea. All the forces are good at judging the situation by observing the situation. They are afraid of Xuanyuan's possible purge, so they have restrained themselves. You have contributed greatly to this. Lu Xiaoyi was very modest. This was not something to be proud of. The main thing is Xuanyuan's reputation. Everyone is afraid that Shenyuan is serious. They don't know that I'm the only one. They think that a large number of fifth-ring Jindan cultivators have returned to the Blue Sky sect. Therefore, their restraint is only temporary. After some time passes and they find out about Xuanyuan's general attitude, I'm afraid that those who want to jump out will still jump out. The world of cultivation is a mess. There will always be those who can't see the situation clearly and can't stay idle. Reverend Nan nodded in agreement. That's true. But after what you did in the grassland, I'm afraid the time will be greatly extended. After all, everyone knows that cigarette but Jin Dan who came back from the fifth ring has a bad temper and kills people at the slightest provocation. Xiaoyi, did you do it on purpose? In order to slack off and hide, you used thunderous means to shock people? Lu Xiaoyi did not refute. This was actually one of his considerations. When cultivators kill people, it is impossible for them to not think about it behind their backs. For example, when he killed low-level cultivators and even mortals in the grassland, he was also telling others that he had fallen out with cigarette but and would not even recognize his own family. I can't hide from martial uncle's divine eyes. I often do this in the fifth ring. I feel that the orthodoxy of swordsmen is very easy to fall into an endless cycle of indiscriminate killing. I don't want to fall into it, so I simply kill to stop killing. If I go overboard once, I will stop for many years. Compared to running around all day to put out fires and kill people, I will form less karma. This is my personal preference in cultivation. I hope Martial Uncle can understand. Reverend Nan stroked his beard and smiled. There are countless Jin Dan in Shenyuan, but not many can do what you did. You don't have to compare yourself with others. As long as you do something, it doesn't matter how you do it. You can have this kind of awareness at this stage. Very good. This is also the trouble of strong people. There are many Jin Dan in Mount Xiao. Others can't have this kind of trouble even if they want to. After a pause, an idea emerged in his mind. It seems that there won't be too much trouble in the northern region in the near future. But you can't just do nothing like this, right? Look, you came to Qingkong less than 20 years ago, but you asked for more than 10 years of leave. In the future, the northern region will be peaceful for a period of time. How about this? I see that there are always decadent winds in Mount Xiao's foundation establishment. Just because they can't go to the fifth ring, they will abandon themselves and lose their motivation. The sect often reorganizes, but the effect is not great. Why don't you reorganize them and use the fifth ring method to command them and see what effect it has? Lu Xiaoyi shook his hands. Martial Uncle, Lu Xiaoyi has never shirked other tasks, but please don't give me the task of teaching people. I hate trouble the most, and I have a lot of problems. How can I teach people? Reverend Nan encouraged him. Just try it. It doesn't have to be a certain result. After all, our Mount Xiao's talent is limited and not fixed. I just hope that there will be more Jin Dan among them. It can also tell them that even if they don't go to the fifth ring, Qingkong can still be a talent. Lu Xiaoyi left the Sword Qi Rushing Heaven Pavilion, feeling a little depressed. He thought that it would be peaceful for a long time, but he didn't expect Reverend Nan's idea to be even more torturous. The only good thing was that it didn't require results. This was also the helplessness of everyone in Mount Xiao's cultivation situation. All the good seeds were sent to the fifth ring. Starting from the new foundation establishment cultivators, there would be a round of selections. After 30 years of foundation establishment, there would be another round of selections. After 60 years of foundation establishment, there would be 3 more selections. Basically, those with potential, those with stamina, and those with a bright future would not be left out. The remaining cultivators were those who were still ordinary after 60 years of foundation establishment. If a cultivator was not worth cultivating after 60 years, then there was basically no value in cultivating him. Just like Bing Ku, his cultivation was not bad, but his temperament was really bad. He was not a swordsman material. It was indeed unrealistic to expect such a group to be full of ideals, to be vigorous, and to make progress bravely. This was also one of the reasons why the higher-ups were dissatisfied with Chinkong's situation. It was really difficult to expect such a group of losers, eliminated people, and people who had no confidence at all to have any ambition. Lu Xiaoyi didn't have any good ideas about this. Personally, he thought that the fifth ring method might not work on Chinkong. The raw materials were different, and the cultivation environment was different. It was too idealistic to only want to change his spiritual will. Chapter 622. He only paid attention to one person, the Ice Guest, who was the Zhuji realm cultivator in Mount Xiao. Due to fate, in the past few years since he came to Mount Yi, the person he came into contact with the most was this weak-tempered foundation establishment cultivator. His biggest problem was that he wanted to be apprenticed to a master, which became his biggest goal in his cultivation life. Then, his master would stand out and block all disasters for him. Of course, he wouldn't accept this guy as his disciple, not because of the illusory rumors, but because he really didn't have the mood to waste time in this aspect. He was in a big sect, so he didn't need to worry about the inheritance. He was a simple person, so he didn't need his disciple to run errands. It was so good to be alone, carefree. But because he had more contact with him, he also gave this guy a lot of opportunities. Seeing that this guy had never slacked off in tidying up the cave residence for more than 10 years, and was busy on the grassland for 10 years, when he finally dealt with it, he gave him a chance to start over. For example, he cut off the connection between him and the sword case, and let his hands be stained with the blood of mortals. All this was for this guy to have a new start. If he still had a trace of the disposition of a sword cultivator, he would definitely be able to comprehend something from this, change himself, and start anew. He might not necessarily have no future. If he instead bore a grudge against Lu Xiaoyi because of this, and blamed Lu Xiaoyi for destroying his sword case, then there was no need to say anything. Lu Xiaoyi would not have the slightest intention for him. It was not worth it. All this could only be done, not spoken, and it all depended on the cultivator's own understanding. This was the most convenient way that Lu Xiaoyi could think of after receiving the request from Nan Zhenren, which was to set a benchmark and an example. Creating a hero was the only way to do it when the situation was bad and the morale was low. It was just like what was depicted in a war film during World War II in his previous life. The Russians used propaganda to mold an ordinary soldier into an invincible hero. What they told you was that if he could do it, you could definitely do it. Miracles were not ethereal and invisible illusions, but they were right in front of you. He had coincidentally completed the prerequisite, and now it depended on whether this guy was good at it or not. If not, there was nothing he could do. As for how to educate these Zhuji realm cultivators, let's talk about it later. He was really not interested in teaching and educating people. Lu Xiaoyi continued to focus on swordsmanship. He knew that his current cultivation was a little off track. If he were a Dharma cultivator, he would focus on how to raise his cultivation level. After all, for a cultivator, martial arts techniques and skills were always placed in front. Lu Xiaoyi had already formed his gold core for more than 50 years, but his cultivation level was still hovering around the early stage of the core formation realm. Although the Big Dipper Star scripture was a technique that directly led to the Great Tao, and he had never slacked off on his own destiny, the growth of Jindan's cultivation level required an extremely large amount of spiritual opportunity. It was very difficult for him to reach the next level in 10 or 20 years. Moreover, during the 10 years he was in the Thousand Chances Valley, he basically didn't practice any techniques, so he didn't dare to absorb spiritual energy for fear of being exposed. In his opinion, there was no need to rigidly prescribe what one should practice in a period of time. The principle was to make up for what was lacking. What was special about him now was that he had just gained a deeper understanding of the five elements Tao, so there was no reason not to deepen it while the iron was hot. With an understanding of the essence of the five elements Tao, coupled with Xuanyuan's five elements sword formation, it was the best time to practice the five elements swordsman to a certain height. Now was the best time to practice the sword. For a swordsman who often walked between life and death, this was very important, especially after the five brats swallowed the spiritual energy of the five element. They had changed. Lu Xiaoyi had been observing the nature and direction of this change. This wasn't something that could be imagined out of thin air. Because he had no experience, and there were no similar records in the sect's ancient records, he could only quietly observe and make a plan after confirming it. After a few months, the changes in the sword spirits began to become obvious. It was time to make a plan. What the four seasons had swallowed was the earth element. This was very close to its nature and was very compatible with it. Now, it could be regarded as a pure earth element sword spirit. This was a kind of improvement, a profound change. From a blank sword spirit to an elemental sword spirit, while maintaining its original power, the characteristics of the earth element had been greatly strengthened. A very simple example was that his flying sword originally didn't have the ability to kill in the earth and rock stratum. Previously, when he used his full strength, according to different geological conditions, it could penetrate hundreds to hundreds of feet deep into the earth to injure people. However, this was a forceful attack that relied on brute strength. Now that he had the earth element flying sword, distance was no longer a problem. Even if it was thousands of feet, or even tens of thousands of feet, or even more, the flying sword could still penetrate through the earth and rock stratum with ease. This was because it didn't rely on brute strength to penetrate through, but rather the energy of the five elements. The meaning was completely different. In addition, because of the earth element sword spirit, his four seasons was no longer afraid of being contaminated by filth and could be used in any environment with ease. He even wanted to change the name of the four seasons, but he couldn't think of a suitable name. The four seasons also objected, so he could only give up. The problem was, since the four seasons had the earth element, should he change the engraving of the sword formation on the flying sword? The engraving of the sword formation on the four seasons flying sword had already gone through two stages. At first, it was the four seasons swordsmanship, then Jindan fused it with the thunder swordsmanship. He hadn't used it much yet, and now he had to add in the earth element swordsmanship. Should he completely change it and use the earth element swordsmanship to replace it and unleash the power of the earth element to the extreme? Or should he fuse it partially, combining the earth element and speed into one? This required careful consideration, and it wasn't something that could be decided on a whim. He needed to compare the advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses, through continuous battles, and find the most suitable choice for himself. Therefore, he couldn't rush it. Moreover, if he wanted to truly engrave the supreme-grade earth element flying sword, he would need supreme-grade five elements materials. In the storehouse of Mount Yi, such materials were very rare, and were specially provided for cultivators at the level of Yuanying. He didn't know if he could get it by asking. There was a certain possibility. However, he didn't want to casually start this. After the plan was completely decided, he would see if there was a chance to get such good materials from other places. In the end, if there was no other way, he would ask for it. From the bottom of his heart, he wasn't someone who liked to owe others favors. The same situation happened to the other four sword spirits, but they all had their differences. Zhu Cheng was the purest power type, and was a perfect match for the metal sword spirit. It was also the only flying sword that he was sure to completely walk the path of the metal element. As long as there was a suitable metal element swordsmanship, and metal element materials, he was ready to get it. The water army was a little troublesome. This thing was originally a rare thunder sword spirit, and now it had the water element ability. Then, how could he choose between them? To be honest, although the water army's thunder sword spirit ability hadn't been completely discovered, the thunder sword spirit ability was a rare ability, and he couldn't give it up. However, the water element ability couldn't be ignored, or else the five-element sword formation would lack a line, And it wouldn't be called the 5 element. Could it be a water mine? Chapter 623. The fire god was another kind of trouble. It swallowed the fire spirit. How to find a balance between the spiritual attack and the power of fire was a test of his knowledge. The hidden fragrance was also troublesome. Should he maintain its function as a sword of assassination? Or should he change it to a pure wood flying sword? If he changed it, wouldn't his previous efforts on the hidden fragrance be wasted? Moreover, he didn't have a second flying sword that could be used for a sneak attack. One had to know that with such a sneak attack sword, it could greatly enrich the swordsman's attack patterns. It was like pepper to mutton soup, or chili oil to beef noodles. In summary, although he could barely use the 5-element sword formation now, and it was very effective against ordinary Jin Dan like the shaman of the grassland, it might not be the case against powerful opponents like the 3 pure ones. His 5-element sword formation still had a lot of room for improvement, because his 5 elements theory was still there, but the 5 flying swords engraved sword formation didn't have the enhancement. This was a huge waste. The real 5-element sword formation had a cultivator's deep understanding of the 5 elements theory, 5 5-element sword spirits, and 5 flying swords that were specially engraved with the 5-element sword formation. Only then could the power of the 5 elements be maximized. Lu Xiaoyi had achieved the first 2 points, which were also the most difficult points, but he was stuck on the 3rd point, which was the easiest. He was also a freak. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame these 5 little things for being too greedy. If they didn't swallow the 5-element spirit, wouldn't he have solved the problem by having 5 more 5-element sword spirits? Lu Xiaoyi was very distressed. He vaguely realized that he had missed something. Something very important. What was it? He calmed down and tried hard to recall the flash of inspiration. After a long time, he smiled and took out the 5 5-elements flying swords that he had prepared when he was building his foundation and didn't have sword spirits. Since it was difficult to take care of the flying swords, why not refine them separately? For example, the navy sword spirit. When he wanted to use its lightning ability, he would let it stay on the navy flying sword. And when he wanted to use its water ability, he would let it change to another flying sword and drill into another flying sword that was specially engraved with the water element sword formation. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The advantage of doing so was to avoid the trouble of modifying the existing flying swords. Not only was it a waste, but it would also lose some of their characteristic. One should know that his sword formation was not only 5 elements sword formation. He had a 7 stars sword formation that was more suitable for him. In order to increase the power of the 5-element sword formation, he had to damage the power of the 7-star sword formation. Swords of swords swords. Swords 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 of swords swords. Swords is swords. One day, when Lu Xiaoyi was studying his flying sword in the cave residence, the ice guest, whom he had not seen for almost half a year, suddenly came in. Swords. 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 If he could grind away his weakness, hesitation, and indecisiveness in the process, it would be hard to say whether he would be able to advance further in the future. What do you want? Why are you frowning? Lu Xiaoyi frowned. Bing Ku was very dissatisfied. Uncle, isn't there an exchange activity between Shenyuan and the grassland recently? Why was I chosen as one of them? This shouldn't be the case. With my cultivation level, shouldn't those early and middle foundation establishment cultivators go? Just recently, in order to ease the relationship with Shenyuan, the people of the grassland took the initiative to deepen the communication and understanding between the cultivators of both sides. In the communication, they should forgive and trust each other in order to avoid misunderstandings like the one that happened with the Fang family. In the history of the people of the grasslands, this was a compromise that had never happened before. Although they were also at fault, they had suffered great losses in Lu Xiaoyi's revenge. 5 of their High Jin Dan shamans had died. In the past, they would have fought with Xuan Yuan at the domain level no matter what, but now, they had chosen to tolerate and forgive. The higher-ups of Shenyuan could see clearly that the grassland people were still hiding something behind the scenes. A person's character could change after suffering a major blow, but how could the character of an entire nation change? And such a sudden change? But the grassland people had changed just like that. You couldn't say anything. It didn't make sense that they would come to communicate after suffering losses, but you pushed them away. This was an open and above-board conspiracy. It was justice, peace, and tolerance. Shenyuan knew that the grassland people had changed, but he couldn't find out the root cause of their change. Other than being secretly vigilant, he couldn't speak ill of them, right? So the agreement was reached. Communication always had a process from shallow to deep, from low to high. It couldn't be done overnight. It must be at the basic level at the beginning, and then go up after getting along well. This was also Xuanyuan's intention. He wanted to see what tricks were hidden under the smiles of the grassland people in this long process. The communication between the two sides was based on the principle of long-term mutual residence. Of course, it couldn't be like ordinary sects, where you send some people to eat and drink for a few days, and I send people to play for a few days at your place. Since the goal was peace, there must be enough sincerity. Apprenticeship. This was the method of intimacy proposed by the grassland people. Send some people in the level of laying foundation to the grassland people to be apprenticed to their masters, and then stay in the grassland people's territory to improve understanding, deepen friendship, and make up for differences. Of course, it was not a real master, but a fake one. When these people in the level of laying foundation finished their study, they would rotate again, and the relationship between master and apprentice would naturally end. As for whether they could still maintain their friendship, it would depend on their own luck. They wouldn't teach real things, but more on the humanities, history, customs, and code of conduct. Shenyuan did this because he wanted to judge the grassland people's real purpose in the process of observing and interacting with these low-level disciples. The tail couldn't be hidden forever. If it was clamped for a long time, the legs would be sore, and they had to let it go to breathe. Even if the tail was cut off, it would grow back after a long time, right? This was what the ice guest was complaining about. He thought he didn't need to participate in this kind of communication, so he only chose disciples in the lower level. They were all smart and in medium state. For someone in the late stage of laying foundation like him, he was the only one, and it would delay his refining of the flying sword. Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, "It was my suggestion." "Why? Do you have a problem with it?" The ice guest was stunned. For this matter, he even dared to go to the sword aura rushing to the sky pavilion, but he didn't dare to disobey Master Lu at all. Looking at his silence, Lu Xiaoyi snorted coldly, "You lack cultivation now? Lack swordsmanship? Lack a quiet environment? What you lack now is the state of mind." "What is the state of mind?" "Stand up from where you fell, and dare to face it head-on. This is the state of mind. What's there to worry about? And you seem to have a natal supernatural power." The ice guest opened his eyes wide. "Uncle, I don't have any supernatural power. I didn't have it in the past, and after you cut me with your sword, I even lost my swordsmanship." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Two of your masters died. I just want to see how long this third one can last." Chapter 624. Your harvest isn't bad. Old man Huang smiled and pointed at a big pit. "When you're strong, you have to use the big pit. Use more strength, don't hide it." Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Did he have to hide this thing? Old man Huang wrinkled his nose and lectured, "You're a bit biased. Why are you eating only beef and mutton? A reasonable diet can help a cultivator absorb nutrients. It's still necessary to eat seafood appropriately." Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. "Didn't I get swallowed by a sea beast once? I can't forget the taste even now. Old man, don't doubt me. Fresh food is completely different from half-digested food. It's sticky, half food, half feces, half solid, half liquid. It has a foul smell and bubbles. When this disciple is capable enough, I'll bring it here and let you soak it properly. I guarantee that it'll last you for several years. Moreover, it's all seafood, the real deal." Old man Huang was pleased. This kid wasn't bad. He knew to come back and take a look even if he didn't get any benefits. He wasn't an ingrate. However, he didn't want to ask where he got his 5 elements ability. He only found a problem and raised an idea. As for how to do it, he could only rely on himself. Before he could praise him, a voice came from the side. That's a good idea. When the time comes, don't forget to nourish my land as well. Old Man Huang, this land is too fertile. You can't overdo it. Old Man Huang might be gentle to the younger generation, but he wasn't gentlemanly at all to the other old fellows on Old Man Peak. I'm willing. I can store as much fat as you want here. I won't give it to you, Old Man Kang. Old Man Kang was the one who didn't get along with Old Man Huang in Old Man Peak. Since they were young, they had always been at loggerheads. Old Man Kang curled his lips. You were like this when you were young. You cared about everything and couldn't bear to part with it. I thought you'd be more open-minded when you're old. I didn't expect you to care about shit now. You're really incurable. Old Man Huang glared. So what if I care about it? I got it because I gave the kid benefits. You can only get something if you give something. It's right and proper, unlike you, you old bastard. You liked to take advantage of others when you were young. Now that you're old, you still like to take advantage of others. You even want a piece of *T. Old Kang was disdainful. What benefits can you give? It's all empty talk. Listen to him, kid. Don't throw your life away. Wasn't it just a few words from this brat? I have one too. Lu Xiaoyi eagerly ran over. He didn't dare to reject the elder's gift. Old Kang whispered in his ear mysteriously, You practice the stellar arts, right? Let me introduce you to a place. It's right on our Mount Yi, right on Old Man's Peak. There's a transportation formation that leads to another space called the Land of Exile. I don't need to tell you what kind of place it is. You'll know once you get there. I guarantee that it'll be beneficial to your stellar art. Before Lu Xiaoyi could react, Old Man Huang shouted, What is this? That place isn't yours. Whether you say it or not, it's still there. Sooner or later, this brat will know that being generous with other people's money and borrowing the favor of the sect. How dare you say that? Old Kang smiled proudly. Old man, this is called foresight. If I don't say it, he won't know and it'll delay his cultivation. How useful is that bullshit 5 elements that you gave him? He doesn't major in the 5 elements. Only my method is truly suitable for him. The two of them cursed at each other. Lu Xiaoyi quietly left. This was normal on Old Man's Peak. It wasn't surprising. After cultivating for thousands of years, it was a blessing to have opponents who could curse at each other. Land of Exile? He really hadn't heard of this name. It wasn't that Mount Yi kept it a secret from him. It was just that Mount Yi had too many similar secrets. He was too lazy to investigate them one by one. Or it could be said that he hadn't shifted his interest to this area yet. He casually asked a senior in the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion, and the roots of the Land of Exile floated to the surface. It was actually a place in the antimaterial world. Moreover, it was connected to Shenyuan. The significance of the antimaterial world to the stellar art cultivators was self-evident. Old Kang's experience was indeed rich. He explained the core of the stellar art in one sentence. However, he was after all old and his power had faded. He didn't understand the fact that Lu Xiaoyi had already coincided with the antimaterial world. Even so, his suggestion was still very valuable. Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation in the antimaterial world had always been intermittent and passive. In the foundation building stage, because the total amount of spiritual opportunity required was limited, it didn't seem to be too outstanding. However, now that he had come to Jindan, the total amount of spiritual opportunity required had increased exponentially. If he wanted to increase his cultivation by sitting on the floating raft like before, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He really needed a fixed passage that he could control to enter and exit the anti-space to satisfy his need for the anti-space stars. Originally, he had set this stage in the middle or late Jindan to see if he could find Reverend Nan of Mount Yi or Reverend Rui of the Fifth Ring to send him to a human star in the antimaterial world. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to. It was all effortless. You can go anytime. The connection to the Land of Exile is very stable. Moreover, the teleportation doesn't cost much. However, don't forget that you still have a mission in Mount Yi. Lu Xiaoyi was very helpless. it takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to cultivate people. Marshall uncle, didn't you say that you don't want results? Reverend Nan snorted coldly, I don't want result. But that's after you've worked hard, not after you've taken the mission lightly. After you go to the land of exile, you have to help me clean up the atmosphere there. Some people have become fake elixir there and know that there's no hope for them to reach the upper realm, so they indulge in pleasure in the land of exile. There are even some who abuse their power. The upper echelons of the faction often turn a blind eye to this. There's no need to completely clean up and make a big fuss. It's also not a heinous crime. However, if we just let it be, it's not beneficial to Xuanyuan's original intention of opening the land of exile. If you go there, you can take care of a bunch of them. Lu Xiaoyi was a little speechless. Marshall uncle, I'm going there to comprehend the anti-space stars. You're so good, you've simply arranged another mission for me. After these days of listening, Lu Xiaoyi more or less understood what kind of place the land of exile was. This was a territory of Shenyuan in the antimatter space. For tens of thousands of years, it had been under the control of Shenyuan. Because the land of exile was in the antimatter space, the rules of the heavenly Tao were not complete. Therefore, it was easier for cultivators to reach the upper realm in the middle and low levels, especially the opportunity to form their gold core. However, because the rules of the heavenly Tao were not complete, it was very difficult to become a supreme in the land of exile. Not to mention the native cultivators of the land of exile, the cultivators who went through the passage to the land of exile were mainly in the foundation establishment stage. It was impossible for Qi cultivators because they didn't have the qualifications. Serious Jindan cultivators were also unwilling to go, because it would delay their hopes of forming their nascent soul in the main world. Only those foundation establishment cultivators who had no hope of forming their gold core would be arranged by the faction to go to the land of exile to fight for the last chance. Although they would only form their fake elixir, their combat power and lifespan would increase to a certain extent. It was better than dying. This became the last hope of many people with no ambition. Chapter 625. Shenyuan was an orthodoxy that was full of vigor and enthusiasm for fighting. This had never changed. But in Mount Xiao, after more than 10,000 years, the comfortable environment and the loss of talents in the fifth ring made it unrealistic for the rest of the cultivators to have the spirit and willpower of their predecessors. Muddling through became the norm. This kind of human laziness was unavoidable. If one wanted to move up vigorously and form a competitive scene, he must be led by elites, clear rewards and punishments, external threats, and a cruel cultivation environment. Otherwise, everyone would be a soft persimmon. Without comparison, there would be no benchmark, and it would become the norm to just muddle along and wait for death. It was just like the land of exile. Foundation establishment cultivators would run over there, but those who were lucky enough to form their gold cores would not be willing to return to the blue sky main world. They would rather stay there to enjoy life and establish their own families. Although they called it the Shenyuan branches and leaves, it was just a way to avoid responsibility. The higher-ups of Mount Xiao were helpless about this. After all, most of the cultivators who formed their fake gold essence would still return to the blue sky main world to serve the sect. Only a small part of them would enjoy life. Before sending these people to the land of exile, no one could see clearly the psychological transformation process of a cultivator after forming his gold essence. The sect always felt that they owed these disciples, because in the previous evaluation, the sect deprived them of the opportunity to cultivate in the fifth ring. It was hard to say whether there would be accidental injuries or not. It was inevitable. Therefore, they could only acquiesce and allow this group of Jindan cultivators to stay in the land of exile. As a loose force in Shenyuan, they could also vaguely restrict the largest sect in the land of exile, the heaven-defying sect. The higher-ups of Mount Xiao had always had different opinions about this matter. Some wanted to punish the behavior of the cultivators in Shenyuan, such as Nan Zhanren. Some insisted on a moderate strategy, which accounted for most of them. Therefore, they left it unsettled. For more than 10,000 years, they had lived in this muddle-headed way. Nothing major happened, and this place was not that important. Nan Zhanren ignored his complaints, It's just a matter of convenience. I'll arrange a position for you to supervise the discipline. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. You've already arranged a position for me to reorganize the education. Now you want me to supervise the discipline. I also have to investigate the hidden purpose of the grassland people. If I do it, what can others do? Uncle, others will have opinions. Nan Zhenren suddenly understood. I see. Well, you can be a deputy head in the Rising Pavilion. Anyway, there is no rule in Mount Xiao that only Yuanying can take up the position. Lu Xiaoyi was completely trapped. Martial uncle, that's not what I meant. Nan Zhenren's attitude, although they are affiliated schools of Shenyuan, they are still some special. It's best not to treat them as your subordinates. Of course, they are treated as your subordinates. Of course, there is no need to treat them as your subordinates. Of course, you of Zuoff of Xuanyuan's. Nan Zhenren's arrangement was not all done on a whim. Cultivators with pursuits, no matter if they were in Jindan or Zhuji realm, would not take the initiative to go to the exile land. Because the rules of the Way of Heaven were incomplete there, it was not suitable for them to practice for a long time. But Cigarette was different. He practiced the rare cultivation method of stars, which required him to comprehend the stars in the positive and negative space at the same time. Therefore, he could practice without any scruples in the exile land. Since he might spend a long time there, of course, Nan Zhenren had to give him more responsibilities. With such strength, it would be a waste not to use it. Lu Xiaoyi got what he wanted, which was the right to enter and leave the exile land at any time. But he was also given more responsibilities. The only fortunate thing was that he did not have time for these 3 responsibilities. As for the specific requirements, how to complete them depended on his sense of responsibility. Why did it become like this? He was also a little confused. But among the 3 tasks, he was actually most concerned about the problem of the great change in the temperament of the prairie people that he proposed to participate in. This was related to fate, which was closely related to himself. In the Wolf Valley, he swallowed 2 masses of fate from a Jindan and a Zhuji realm cultivator. In the Rushi tribe, he swallowed the masses of fate from 4 human cultivators. Before that, he swallowed the masses of fate from the whirling Bluebeard and the beautiful Haitang flower owner. There were so many of them. But the ones he swallowed in the blue sky were different from the ones before. It was a little dead, as if it was hibernating, but did not show its effect. That was what he felt. In the process of assimilating these fates, it was a little difficult. It was like the fusion between stagnant water and living water. Until now, he had not completely assimilated them. He was still slowly grinding them. He even doubted that if he had not integrated the fate of nature on the whirling star, it was hard to say whether he could have integrated these things now. You can't eat anything you want, and you can't swallow fate recklessly. He realized how helpful this colorful mass of fate was to him now. This was the real lucky chance on the whirling star. Unfortunately, it could not be replicated, because at that time, he achieved the purpose of swallowing by not swallowing it. Lu Xiaoyi was not in a hurry to enter the exile. This was Xuanyuan's private land, and he could enter it at any time. Before he went there, he wanted to observe the shamans of the grassland for a while. He was very interested in the fate in their mind. He did not want to swallow them. Now, the fate of the Zhuji realm was useless to him. He just wanted to figure out the secret of the masses of fate in the shamans' minds. Besides, why were the people of the grassland not afraid to send out such shamans? Were they not precious? Did they not need to keep it a secret? Were there no other people with fate in the blue sky who could see their secret? Were they not afraid that they would be swallowed by others? Once when he was chatting with the Nan Zhenren, he could not help but ask his doubts. Of course, he used a more roundabout way of saying it. Uncle, why do I feel that there is something in the minds of those shamans and sorcerers? Am I the only one who has this feeling? The Nan Zhenren laughed. You just came to the blue sky not long ago, so you don't have much contact with the people of the grassland. It's normal that you don't know. They do have something in their minds. But it's not so mysterious. It's the witchcraft left by their god. It's a big feature of the totem cultivation culture. The Taoism of the grassland is very complicated. In short, it can be regarded as a combination of body cultivation and witchcraft. At the middle and low levels, they show more characteristics of body meridians. Only after they reach the yuanying level, more and more witchcraft abilities will appear. The source of their witchcraft is the witchcraft that they cultivate when they reach the Zhuji realm, so everyone can see it. I thought I was the only one who could see it. Lu Xiaoyi understood. The Nan Zhenren sneered, it's not a big deal. High-level cultivators can see it. Maybe people like you who have some lucky encounters can also see it. For example, when I look at you now, there is a very faint breath of nature in my mind. Cigarette, but don't people say that those who love nature and get nature are all people who cherish life? You are so cruel. How can nature be blind? Chapter 626. Lu Xiaoyi finally understood how others looked at him. Jindan didn't say anything. With the sword spirit covering him, nothing could be seen. But for a high-level yuanying like Nan Zhenren, his sword spirit couldn't completely cover him. As for what Zhenren could see, only God knew. In the world of cultivation, there were countless strange things, and it was the same for cultivators. You could call them supernatural powers, special abilities, Dao bodies, innate intelligence, and so on. They were distributed in various parts of the human body, such as hands, feet, internal organs, bones, blood vessels, or in between. Thus, they formed all kinds of strange abilities. Among them, most of them were distributed in the human body's brain, some were innate, some were formed after birth, and so on. Lu Xiaoyi having something in his brain wasn't strange. Every swordsman had a sword pill in his sea of consciousness. The key was, would it be discovered by others? His current fate cluster had 2 layers of protection, one was the cover of the sword spirit, and the other was the color of nature. For a powerful yuanying like Nan Zhenren, it was normal for him to see through the cover of the sword spirit, but not the color of nature. It wasn't that Nan Zhenren didn't have a good vision, but that he didn't have a fate cluster. Lu Xiaoyi had to be vigilant against the discovery of fate-bearers, so he wasn't sure if a powerful fate-bearer like Nan Zhenren could see through his color of nature. But obviously, what Nan Zhenren saw was different from what he saw. In other words, these fates were hidden in the witchcraft, just like his color of nature, protecting the secrets of the prairie people's fate clusters. This was why they weren't afraid of being seen by others. Nan Zhenren could see the witchcraft but not the fate. Lu Xiaoyi could see the fate but not the witchcraft. This was the difference between them. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyi could infer that since the prairie people dared to come out, then other fate-bearers couldn't see through them. In this way, the witchcraft's cover was very advanced, and his color of nature was even more advanced. This was his luck. Of course, there was a very important reason why they couldn't see it. Their luck was an inanimate object, waiting to be activated. Another inference was that the luck-bearer was targeted at low-level cultivators. Otherwise, no one would be able to play with it. Lu Xiaoyi had traveled through the 5 Rings realm and the Blue Sky realm, but he had never encountered such a situation. This meant that he would never encounter such a situation unless someone in this group of cultivators began to successfully advance to yuanying. This was what Lu Xiaoyi understood, but there were still some things he didn't understand. Why? What was the purpose of planting providence through a sacrificial ritual? If it was an inactive cluster of providence, what practical significance would it have for a cultivator's growth? Obviously, these magi and senior magi had no idea what they had gained from the ritual, but he didn't believe that the higher-ups of the grassland did it unconsciously. There must be a purpose. It was just that the state of the person in the know was very high, so high that even the immortal monarchs of Shenyuan couldn't see through it. Of course, he couldn't see through it. He could only put it aside temporarily and leave everything to time. He could still do something. For example, he could sneak in during the spring sacrifice and observe the ceremony of the grassland people's luck-bearer several times. Of course, it could also be called the witchcraft bearer ceremony. This wasn't asking for trouble. He had an intuition that everything about the cluster of providence was related to each luck-bearer. In this group, you couldn't wait passively, you had to fight for it. His guess was that when one of these luck-bearers finally reached the last step, It would be the moment when the other luck-bearers ran out of providence. A general's success was built on thousands of bones. He was absent-minded here, and Nan Junren was very dissatisfied. What are you thinking about? Don't think about things that are not within your ability. Think about what you will face and what actually exist. For example, if you go to the exile land, what else will you encounter except for those Jindan swordsman scum and the heaven-defying sect? Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. What else? Don't the three pure ones have no power there? Nan Junren shook his head. This guy is really ambitious. How can there be a paradise in any place in the cultivation world? In the exile land, there are still the remnants of the Blood River, and the remnants of the Jiyu Dao. Go and find out for yourself. I'm too lazy to tell you. Lu Xiaoyi continued his own pace in Xiao Mountain. During this period, he also had a few trivial tasks, but he mainly focused on establishing his own 5-element sword system. Because he had the foundation of 5-element sword embryos, he didn't pursue the best materials of the 5-element sword. That was something that could only be found by chance. He could find it slowly in the long years of cultivation. When he found it, he estimated that he would have a deeper understanding of the whole 5-element sword art. At that time, it would be the best time to refine the 5-elements flying sword. A year later, the 5-elements flying sword system was basically established. The 4 seasons, Ju City, Hidden Fragrance, Wu Shun, and Water Army, these 5 sword spirits each had 2 sword bodies. They could respectively use their original strengths and the newly integrated 5-elements ability. They could also switch freely. At this point, the cultivation of the sword art had come to an end. It was time to see the exile land. During this period of time, he also had a deeper understanding of this place on paper, so he wouldn't be confused when he went in. He refused Nan Junren's invitation to be the deputy pavilion master of the Rising Heaven Pavilion because he didn't want to be tied to this broken boat with many affairs. He only took the title of inspector, which was forced by Nan Junren. In the words of the old Junren, if the title was not legitimate, then the words would not go smoothly. The position of Rising Heaven Pavilion was still very useful in Xiao Mountain. On the mountainside behind Zhonglao Peak, there was a hidden cave. There were 2 Jin Dan guarding it. In fact, they were responsible for the transmission. Among the peaks of Xiao Mountain, in terms of guarding power, Zhonglao Peak was the strongest. This was because there were many old monsters who had become shrewd, and they were basically Yuanying level old monsters. After checking Lu Xiaoyi's sword talisman, the 2 senior brothers didn't say anything. Generally, the ones who were checked more strictly were those foundation establishment cultivators who had reached the end of their lifespans and tried to sneak in. Young Jindan cultivators like Lu Xiaoyi were in their prime, so it was impossible for them to go in and waste their days. They could only go in to carry out some mission. This was the most basic judgment. The cave was very tall, and in the depths of the cave, there was a huge whirlpool energy black hole in the shape of a vertical eye. It was like the eye of an ancient demon god. Lu Xiaoyi had tried many transmission devices, but this was the first one with such characteristics. It made people feel senior brothers, do you need anything? Junior martial brother, I can help you. Xuanyuan's management of entering and exiting the exile land was still very strict. It was not a place where relatives could casually walk in. Although these 2 senior brothers were guarding this place, they really hadn't gone in before. The 2 senior brothers expressed their thanks, indicating that they didn't have any requests. This was the way to get along, and everyone was well aware of it. Lu Xiaoyi stepped into the vertical eye, and his body turned into a stream of light, disappearing. Chapter 627. When Lu Xiaoyi stepped out, he felt that he was still in a cave. It was still a vertical eye, but this was no longer Xiao Mountain. The ones guarding the passage were still Shenyuan swordsmen. 2 Jin Dan men saluted Lu Xiaoyi. Judging from their old but weak auras, they were fake core formation cultivators in the land of exile. Only they could stay in the land of exile for a long time without making any progress. But he still called them senior brothers. This was the most basic respect. This is a wormhole, inside the heaven-defying sect. Junior brother, "You can choose to leave by yourself, or we can take you with us." In fact, what they meant was that if he left by himself, he would not be able to avoid being interrogated by the heaven-defying sect. If they took him with them, they could do it without anyone knowing. The biggest sect in the land of exile had such a big loophole in its internal structure. It was obvious that they were subordinate to Shen Yuan. "Thank you, senior brothers." Lu Xiaoyi thanked them. There was no need to make a big fuss, and there was no need to be sneaky. But if he wanted more freedom, it was better to leave quietly. One of the senior brothers led him through the special passage of Shen Yuan and told him how to use it. They were very clear that such a young Jin Dan might have a future. It was always good to make a good relationship with him, so it was not a big deal. After leaving the heaven-defying sect, Lu Xiaoyi slowly flew over the land of exile. This was the first time he saw the scenery of the antimatter space. In fact, it looked no different from the main world. Then, where was the antimatter? This was not something that a cultivator of his level could understand. He did not put away his sword case. In the land of exile, there were many swordsmen in Shenyuan, big and small. They had vaguely become a big force here, and the most powerful force. It was just that they did not have a strict organization, and everyone went their own way. In the 20,000 years since Shenyuan entered the land of exile, the higher-ups of Mount Xiao had also considered setting up an overall management system here, but later they found that the disadvantages outweighed the advantage. It might be possible to restrict the disciples' behavior to a certain extent, but it would put too much pressure on the other forces in the land of exiles. When Shenyuan entered the land of exiles, the most basic condition of the agreement he made with the native forces was that they would not enter the land of exiles in a systematic manner. Otherwise, the other forces would have nothing to do here. Moreover, from Xuanyuan's point of view, there was no benefit in setting up a shelf here. After all, this was only the last way to increase one's lifespan after reaching the foundation establishment and core formation stage. It was not the true path of cultivation. If he set up a shelf here, it would attract countless people who were afraid of death. They would not think of fighting for the last chance to advance in the origin world. Instead, they would treat this place as a natural home. Over time, conflicts with the indigenous forces were inevitable. This was meaningless to Shenyuan. They did not need too much power in the land of exiles. Moreover, there was a ceiling of monarchs, which made this place even more chaotic. The higher-ups of Mount Xiao had always been hesitant about whether to strictly cut off the foundation establishment cultivators' chances of surviving by luck or to give them a chance to increase their lifespan by hundreds of years. The former was too cruel, while the latter was too indulgent. They could not have the best of both worlds. In terms of area, the land of exiles was about the size of several northern regions. It was not small. The mountains were beautiful, the four seasons were distinct, and the cities were scattered. The full stand cultivators could retire here without too much pressure to survive. Their lives would be very comfortable, as long as they did not worry about the future of their family. Ambitious cultivators would not choose this place. Even if they established a family in the northern regions, there was still a chance that a supreme Dan cultivator would emerge from the family. However, humans were the best at currying favor. Many false Dan Foundation establishment cultivators established their families here. When they found an outstanding descendant in their family, they would send him to the origin world. It was the best of both worlds. Mount Xiao was not to be trifled with. After 20,000 years, the price of the passage with the vertical eye had become higher and higher. Now, it was an astonishing price. Those who were not rich would not be able to afford it. Not only could they control the frequency of use of the passage, but they could also generate income. They could also prevent cultivators from swarming to the land of exiles. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Cultivators from a world with perfect heavenly Tao rules running to a world with deficient heavenly Tao sounded unreasonable, but this was the real world of cultivation. After all, there were very few who could walk all the way to the end, and there were also very few who had an indestructible will of cultivation. Most people did not have the spirit of never giving up, which could not be compared to the situation of an elite like Lu Xiaoyi. He flew in the air for a few days in the land of exiles. After he had a preliminary understanding of the mountains and rivers here, he did not continue. He only relied on his intuition to find a mountain with majestic mountains and ordinary spiritual vigor and began to continue his cultivation. If it was majestic, ordinary people would not be able to go up. If the spiritual vigor was ordinary, no cultivators would come to disturb him. With his art of stars, under the whistling of thousands of stars, his ability to attract spiritual vigor around him was very strong. He did not care too much about the slight difference in the intensity of spiritual vigor. When the sky was high and the sky was lonely, one could see far and wide. It was no wonder that cultivators were willing to arrange their cultivation on the high mountains. A feeling of looking down on other mountains spontaneously arose. This was in line with the state of mind of cultivators, who regarded all living things as ants. Practicing sword here gave one a feeling of dominating the world. As for the discipline of the fake elixir swordsman in the land of exiles mentioned by Reverend Nan, he was too lazy to care about it deliberately. For such things, he would deal with it when he encountered it. If he did not encounter it, why bother? Everybody has the desire to enjoy life, especially after the path of advancement was cut off. If Mount Yi truly wanted to build a prosperous country, they should have cut off the passage leading to the vertical eye and get things done once and for all, instead of sending a so-called supervisor to find out the debt of the other party. Was this something that a supervisor could thoroughly supervise? You could supervise his behavior, but could you also supervise his state of mind? Lu Xiaoyi did not just cultivate on the mountain all the time. He was not an ascetic either. In order to adjust his state of mind, he would go to the nearby cities and villages at the foot of the mountain from time to time. With a pot of wine and a plate of meat, he would sit and watch all kinds of things in the world. He did not want to blend in, and he could not blend in now. It was just a kind of onlooker, a kind of approach. In his subconscious, leaving the mortal Qi too early would make him feel lonely. He did not expect to stay in this place for 8 to 10 years. The passage was very convenient and did not waste time. After 3 years, he left the land of exiles and returned to Mount Xiao. He still had some things to do in Mount Xiao, such as the grassland people's spring sacrifice, the ice guest's role model, reading ancient books, asking for advice from Reverend Nan and Old Huang, and so on. It was a very pleasant 3 years. There were no messy things. The heaven-defying sect, the Blood River sect, and the Jiyu Taoism did not appear in front of him. This was good. He hoped that they would never appear. He had enough troubles now. Chapter 628. Lu Xiaoyi had seen the sacrifice ceremony of the prairie people several times. It was almost the same. He couldn't see where the qi of the witch priests was transported to, nor could he see where it came from. This was destined to be a problem that couldn't be solved by a teacher, so he could only find the answer by himself. The change of the ice guest was pleasing. In the prairie, which seemed peaceful but was actually full of hostility, when he recovered his swordsmanship, he showed signs of bearing essence in the upper state. How could he bear the essence? It was his own business, just like Lu Xiaoyi, Yang Qiong, and Yang Bo. He knew best what was most suitable for him. Since there was no big deal in Mount Xiao, Lu Xiaoyi was ready to return to the exile after freeloading for more than a month in Fan Lu. After he bore essence, he spent most of his time practicing in the main world. After he entered bearing essence, he paid more attention to the balance between the positive and negative worlds. If he had devoted himself to the star system of the main world, he wouldn't have such troubles. However, he had touched the negative space when he was in laying foundation. As a counterbalance, he needed to spend more time in the land of exile and use the inverse space star system to balance his cultivation method. But Nan Zhanren asked him to stay, don't run. Every time you come back to Mount Xiao, remember to report to me, or I can't catch you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled, it's nothing, isn't it? My tasks still need time. Besides, why would I run? Nan Zhanren raised a jade slip. The Shuiyu nunnery of the Thousand Islands region sent a message to Mount Xiao a few days ago, saying that there was a Jindan swordsman on their island. His origin is unknown, and he asked for our help. Lu Xiaoyi was a little confused. His knowledge of the Azure Sky sect was limited to the North region. Maybe he knew something about the East Sea, but he didn't know about the other provinces. The The world was too big, and there were too many strange things. It was impossible to pay attention to them all. Even this Shueyu nunnery was the first time he heard about it. Reverend Nan then explained, the Thousand Islands region is a very scattered Songhai archipelago. There are thousands of islands of various sizes scattered throughout the sea. If you count the uninhabited barren reefs, there are even more. More than 10,000 years ago, there were two major sects in the Thousand Islands region, namely the Cloud Top Sword Palace and the Atuor Nan sect. After the Battle of Tianlang established the Five Rings, the Cloud Top Sword Palace joined the Three Pure Ones. In addition, Shenyuan has been taking care of it. It has lost its foundation in the Thousand Islands region. The Ananda sect established another inheritance outside the universe. The remaining forces were dismembered by the Three Pure Ones and were no longer glorious. Right now, the Thousand Islands region is a free land for cultivators. Because the islands are too scattered, it's hard to manage them. Therefore, whether it's Shenyuan or the Three Pure Ones, after most of our strength has been divided to the fifth ring, we can't take care of them. We need a lot of manpower and resources to maintain them. The Shueyu nunnery is one of the major forces in the Thousand Islands region. There are also Yuanying in the nunnery. There are many forces like this in the Thousand Islands region. The inheritance of Taoism is complicated, including Buddhism and Taoism. It's a place where good and bad people mix. Lu Xiaoyi somewhat understood, so they can't act rashly because they're afraid of offending Shenyuan? Reverend Nan nodded. The Sword Vein Taoism is now in the Blue Sky sect. There's only one sect in Shenyuan. There may be some scattered inheritances outside, but it's very difficult for them to cultivate to the level of Jin Dan. That's why they think this might be a massacre committed by a Shenyuan swordsman in the Thousand Islands region. The small sects have more considerations, especially when it's related to Shenyuan. That's why they sent the letter. They want to know if it's Shenyuan who sent the assassin. If it's not, I'm afraid we need to send someone to figure out what happened. Where is the origin of this murderer? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. If there are casualties in every prefecture with sword wounds, won't Shenyuan die of exhaustion? Reverend Nan snorted. You're wrong. If it were other prefectures, like Taiqing and Yuqing in Nanli, Shangqing in Shisha, Qianzhou in Chuanshang and Deju Zen Temple in Fangzhong Island, they can solve the problem by themselves. They won't tell Shenyuan anything. Only the Thousand Islands region has no leader. There's no big force that can compete with Xiao Mountain even on paper. That's why they're so helpless. You don't want to go? Or I'll send someone else. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Go, go, go. Can't you let me complain? Martial uncle, what's the relationship between the Shueyu nunnery and Shenyuan? It's impossible that they're not involved at all. If it's a place like Kuandao, I'll be more motivated to go. But it's all nuns. I always feel weird. Reverend Nan scolded. Nonsense. Filthy. What are you thinking about all day long in that head of yours? Buddhism is a pure place. No blasphemy is allowed. You can't even have thoughts about it. Otherwise, you'll provoke the conflict between the sword vein and Buddhism. The Three Pure Ones are waiting for this. After a round of scolding to dispel this restless guy's filthy fantasies, Reverend Nan continued, the Shueyu nunnery doesn't completely belong to Buddhism. Its composition is complicated. There are also many Taoist Kuan cultivators who enter Buddhism for various reasons. They want to be independent and self-reliant. So although it's called a nunnery, in terms of inheritance, the Taoist sect has more various reasons. Emotional trauma? Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Reverend Nan glared at him. Emotional trauma is only part of it. This is the result of the habits of the fifth ring returning to the Blue Sky sect. They hold some deviant women's meeting. The competition in the fifth ring is too fierce. They can't stand up. As a result, they found such a place in the Blue Sky sect. The Shueyu nunnery and Shenyuan have some connections. The more famous ones are the Taoist companions of several great swordsmen in Shenyuan, such as Immortal Elephant, Half-Immortal Han Peng, and so on. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. So the seniors could do it, but he couldn't say it. What's the reason? Martial uncle, Tell me. Once you mention it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Reverend Nan ignored him. Since they have so many connections, it's not easy to treat the Shuiyu nunnery as an outsider in the Thousand Islands region. This may be the reason why they feel qualified to make a request to Shen Yuan. You go and see if they're one of us or a wild swordsman. They sent Lu Xiaoyi because they were sure that he could catch them. Most of the powerful, potential, and ambitious Jin Dan in Mount Xiao had gone to the fifth ring. Now the only ones who could be dispatched were those who had come back from the fifth ring. Among them, Lu Xiaoyi was the most powerful. Wild swordsmen were very dangerous. They were all outlaws. If they sent someone who was not powerful enough, they would not achieve their goal. They would become a joke in the Thousand Islands region. What's your judgment? Are they one of us? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Reverend Nan shook his head. The process of the murder is unclear. I can't make an accurate judgment. I think there's more to it than meets the eye. But in my opinion, judging from the quality of the swordsman in Mount Xiao, it's unlikely to be one of us. Because they know clearly that they will be punished by the sect. If they are found to have killed indiscriminately, the consequences will be very serious. This is different from when you killed people on the prairie. In the Thousand Islands region, we don't have any specific enemies. After you go, don't rush to a conclusion. The first thing you should do is to bring them back. Of course, personal safety is the most important thing. I don't need to teach you this. Chapter 629. Lu Xiaoyi set off immediately because there was no cross-boundary teleportation in the Thousand Islands region. It was almost the opposite direction from the East Sea. It was also the vast and boundless sea. He was no longer unfamiliar with it. During the journey, he didn't think too much about the trouble. It was useless to think about it now. He just enjoyed the fun of flying. He liked flying. In different environments, there were different kinds of fun. In the mountains, there was the thrill of skimming over the cliffs and treetops. In the sea, there was the vast expanse of the sea. His mood seemed to have been washed by the blue sea. It was especially clear. A few months later, he saw the outline of the Thousand Islands region. It was a bit like the Irhai Sea, but the distance between the islands was much farther. The sea was far more than the land, unlike the Irhai Sea, where the sea and land were almost the same size. Under the guidance of the map, it was not difficult to find the Cloud Lake Islands. In the Thousand Islands region, the two largest islands were the Cloud Lake Islands, which originally belonged to the Cloud Topsword Palace, and the Incineration Island, which originally belonged to the Aetho Nan sect. Now, the original owners had either merged or left, leaving a group of aborigines to fight for it. After tens of thousands of years, the situation gradually stabilized. There were no top forces in the Thousand Islands region now. Or it could be said that the Thousand Islands region was now a place where the Cloud Lake Group and the Incineration Group fought openly and secretly over the entire sea area. They formed a loose non-alliance alliance and repeated the island battle game day after day on the large and small islands. Naturally, the Thousand Islands region was divided into several levels. The core area with the Cloud Lake Islands and the Incineration Island as the center, the power radiation area in the middle, the weak control area in the periphery, the no man's land, and the entanglement area. Fighting for resources and population was the cornerstone of the development and survival of the sect. It became the main theme of the cultivation world. In the process of flying, he ran into several group battles between cultivators. Most of them were Foundation establishment cultivators. Occasionally, there would be Golden Core cultivators mixed in. Amidst the chaos, there was an exuberant sense of advancement. Everyone was vigilant about him, but he didn't intend to participate. No matter how arrogant someone was, no matter how pitiful the loser was, he neither taught them a lesson nor protected them. In the cultivation world, no one forced you to participate in such an action. Since you were here, you had to bear the consequences. In other words, he flashed past them. As they neared their destination, Lu Xiaoyi carefully observed from the air. The Cloud Lake archipelago consisted of a series of dozens of islands of various sizes. They were like a pearl necklace around the neck of a beauty, dazzling and sparkling. Among them, there were 3 main islands: Dalang Island, Erlang Island, and Cloud Lake Island, where the Cloud Topsword Palace was located. Cloud Lake Island had a population of 10 million people. In the center of the island was an extinct volcano that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the huge vent of the volcano had melted snow and rained down, slowly evolving into a tall mountain and a large lake. This was Cloud Lake. Due to the special climate, the temperature difference between the volcano's altitude and its altitude was extremely large. The cumulus clouds did not disperse all year round, and the entire volcano seemed to be buried in the clouds all year round. Originally it was called the Cloud Peak Sword Palace, but it was not like Xuanyuan's Feilai Peak, which really floated in the air. Of course, now the volcano was empty, and there were no sects residing in it. It was not that the location was bad, but the location was too good. Whoever resided in it would become the target of public criticism, and would be attacked by the masses. And in this place, there was not a single power that could withstand the attacks of the masses. This was where the Cloud Top Sword Palace used to be. Although the Sword Palace had left for almost 20,000 years, it was not destroyed, and its legacy was broken. Instead, it was merged into the 3 Pure Ones, and joined in the struggle for hegemony of the 5 rings. Since the Cloud Top Sword Palace still existed in a practical sense, then there was a possibility that the owner of this mountain could find it again. The reason why they didn't find it was because Shen Yuan was keeping it under control. However, no one knew how long Shen Yuan could keep it under control. Therefore, it had no choice but to become an ownerless mountain. Instead, it became a paradise for wandering souls and wandering cultivators. The place with the most spiritual vigor on a large island became the world of the wandering cultivators. It was like the most spectacular square in a city being occupied by homeless people. It was also a spectacle. Just from this point, one could see that everyone was deeply afraid of the 3 Pure Ones. Wasn't the father of the Cloud Top Sword Palace the 3 Pure Ones? The Shueyu Nunnery was located on the smallest Erlang Island. Its diameter was less than 1,000 miles. It was not a big place, but it was squeezed in by more than 10 sects of various sizes. The structure of the sects here was different from that of the 4 great continents. They were more inclined towards the way of mortals, and did not belong to any sects. Other than the location of the monastery, the other places were shared by all the sects on the island. For cultivators like Lu Xiaoyi who were used to the dome and Mount Xiao, the first impression he had when he arrived here was that he was sullen. It was really easy to find a nunnery in such a small place. Suspended in the air, in the southwest corner of Erlang Island, there was a large field of terraced fields with picturesque scenery. A large green and white nunnery appeared in front of him. It was plain and quiet, as if it was a painting from another world. Lu Xiaoyi landed on the ground and walked. He had always been cautious in this aspect, and never flew around on his sword. It might be very awe-inspiring, but in the eyes of others, it was very likely to cause unnecessary disgust. The sword was used to kill people, not to show off. Walking on the terraced field ridge, from time to time, farmers would brush past him. The narrow space crisscrossed, and he never minded making way for the farmers who were carrying their shoulders and hands. Even if he only received a mortal's smile, it was worth it. It was the golden autumn season, and everyone's face was brimming with smiles from the bottom of their hearts, which made people feel happy unconsciously. After walking through the long ridge of the fields and making many turns, he came to the gate of the Shueyu Nunnery. This was the only flat piece of land on the hillside of the terraced fields. It was paved with bluestones, but now it had become a threshing ground. The harvested rice was piled up everywhere, and even the air was filled with the rich fragrance of rice. It was very down-to-earth. To be honest, he liked such a sect very much. If he cultivated and lived here for a period of time, he would have a different feeling, wouldn't he? Of course not. If a man stayed in the nunnery overnight, the Nanzhanren would definitely bring the sword cloud back and send him to the commandment hall. Why did he have such an idea? It was so strange. The gate of the nunnery was wide open, and it didn't stop good men and women from going in to burn incense and worship Buddha. Of course, there were still many visitors. A few rough men came with their families, including their mothers and wives. Lu Xiaoyi was alone, so he was a little hesitant. Should he go in? Or should he wait for a nun to come out? Or should he report his background at the gate? It was the first time for him to be in such a situation. Although he had been to many brothels, this was two different things. Fortunately, the sword case on his back helped him. A divine awareness came to him. Honorable guest of Shenyuan, please wait a moment. Someone will come out to welcome you. But in the next moment, a graceful little nun came over. Chapter 630. Honorable guest, please follow me. Bikuni's voice was very pleasant and soft. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly wanted to listen to her chanting scriptures, but he didn't know what kind of tune it was. After passing through several corridors, he was still far from entering the inner part of the nunnery. In a quiet box room, a bodhisattva received him. According to the rules of the cultivation world, the reception was generally equal. Jindan to Jindan, and Yuanying to Yuanying. However, if the background and strength were taken into consideration, it was normal for those with lower strength to take the initiative to increase the level of reception. I'm Huaiji of the Shuiyu Nunnery. Thank you for coming here to help me, Shenyuan. I'm really sorry to trouble you to come so far. Lu Xiaoyi returned the salute. He wanted to get to the point as soon as possible. Senior, you're welcome. You don't have to be so formal with me. This time, I came here in a hurry. Moreover, your nunnery sent me many unknown messages. Since it may be related to Shenyuan, please don't hide it from me so that we can solve this matter as soon as possible. His words were a little impolite. He blamed the Shuiyu nunnery for not telling him the whole story when they were asking for help. However, Swordsman was basically a straightforward person. After tens of thousands of years, the cultivation world had long been used to it. Huaiji smiled. It's related to some of the nunnery's privacy, so I can't speak frankly. However, I didn't mean to hide it. Since you're here, I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Xiaoyi expressed his thanks and listened attentively. Huaiji sighed. You know, the Shuiyu nunnery is not a pure Buddhist nunnery. It's just a nominal name. The nunnery takes in all the poor women who have been bullied in the cultivation world. There are 9 schools of Buddhism and Taoism. As long as there's a need, we'll take them in. Therefore, the origin of this matter is a little complicated. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That was to open the door of convenience, regardless of past experience. Such an approach could indeed attract numerous female pursuers, but at the same time, it would also bring about all kinds of troubles. It was unavoidable. If the nunnery was powerful enough, they could handle it. If they were not powerful enough, they would encounter many problems, just like this time. On Cloud Lake Island, there's a small cultivation family called the Li family. Although it's not very prosperous, its legacy hasn't been broken for thousands of years. Its 19 generations of famous disciples have some potential. Their entry into the Tao can be considered smooth. They're considered young talents with some fame in the Cloud Lake Islands. Cultivation families are very fond of marriage, especially if the families are well matched in social status. The advantage of this is that no matter which family's bloodline is not good, the in-laws can always help more or less, so that the legacy won't really be broken. This Li Peinan, well, he's the grandson of the 19 generations of this small family. He and a young lady from another cultivation family were childhood sweethearts. When they grew up, they fell in love with each other secretly. One of them wanted to marry you, while the other wanted to marry him. Although the relationship between the two cultivation families wasn't very harmonious, since the children liked each other, they went with the flow and agreed to their marriage. In the cultivation world, it's always good to have one more friend and one more cultivator relative. Lu Xiaoyi curled his lips. This old story was also an eternal story in the cultivation world. Later, it probably couldn't escape the great change in the man's family, and then a series of unpleasant things happened. Then there was the cliché of don't bully the poor young. Lu Xiaoyi just listened. But the weather is unpredictable, and people are unpredictable. After the engagement, the Li family suffered a great change, and the family withered. This is also very common in the cultivation world, so there's no need to say more. From then on, this Li Peinan turned from a young master to an itinerant cultivator, and he was the kind that had enemies. You also know how practical a cultivation family is. The survival of each family often depends not on how many friends they have, but on how many enemies they have. When his in-laws saw the Lee family's current situation, how could they have a chance to turn things around? For the sake of their daughter's happiness and the safety of their family, they had the intention to break off the engagement. But they couldn't say it out loud, so they added a price in the name of betrothal gifts. How could the declining Lee family take out 100,000 spirit stones? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This was getting more and more cliché. But that Li Peinan was also infatuated with love. From then on, he ran around everywhere, doing business, exploring, and risking his life for others. More than 10 years later, when he returned from afar, he had already collected 100,000 spirit stones as betrothal gifts. So he openly went to the Li family and asked to fulfill his promise to marry a wife. Who would have thought that time was cruel, and things would remain the same, but people would change? His childhood sweetheart wife had already married 3 years ago and no longer fulfilled her promise. So he angrily left the bold words "don't bully a poor young man" in front of the girl's family and left in anger. Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat speechless. So he came from afar just to clean up this emotional mess. The declining Li family suffered such a blow, and was somewhat unable to recover. As for those bold words, they were just words spoken in a moment of anger. Was it so easy to say "don't bully a poor young man"? The reality is that 99% of young men are still poor when they reach middle age and old age, so no one cared about him. In the process of his downfall, his original in-laws' family also suffered a great change. They lost even more miserably than the Li family. His childhood playmate was sent to a brothel in the end and had to sell her body for a living. The world was full of vicissitudes, and one didn't know whether it was good or bad. It was also fate. During this period, the Li family's son met a female rogue cultivator. The two of them had a good impression of each other in difficult times. Just when they were talking about marriage, a disciple of a sect snatched her away. That woman desired cultivation resources, so she abandoned her old love and found a new one. This was another blow. When that disciple married a mistress, the Li family's son left the bold words "don't bully a weak young man" in front of the door and left amidst ridicule. From then on, he disappeared without a trace. This happened more than 100 years ago. 10 years ago, this person suddenly returned with a sword case on his back and set off a reign of terror in the Cloud Lake Island. At first, only the people and families related to the two marriages were unlucky. Later, it spread to other rich families and sects. As long as there were more than 2 Taoist companions, they were all his target. Now, even our Shuiyu nunnery has been implicated. There is a hidden intention to target us. Lu Xiaoyi didn't understand. Senior, I don't seem to understand what this has to do with your nunnery. Your nunnery is not a brothel. Is it worth it? Huiji sighed. My young friend, you don't know that his fiancée, who was his childhood sweetheart, finally found a chance to escape from the control of the underground cultivation forces after staying in the brothel for more than 10 years. Then she fled to our Shuiyu nunnery. How could the Shuiyu nunnery refuse such a pitiful woman? So she stayed and became a bhikkhuni. The female rogue cultivator later on didn't live a good life for many years. After he got tired of her, she was also sent out by the sect's disciples. She continued to make a living as a pirate. Several years later, she escaped and came to our Shuiyu nunnery. Similarly, we can't refuse her. Lu Xiaoyi was completely speechless. So your nunnery is the next home of the brothel robbers? Chapter 631. You're, merciful here, but this trouble, it's a bit too much. What else could Lu Xiaoyi say? This was the common problem of welfare forces, which was inconsistent with the concept of cultivation. Cultivation had always been about survival of the fittest, not about accommodating the weak. Being able to get to this point meant something. Of course, if it was just a simple practice of Kuan cultivation, it also made some sense. It was like a weakened version of Kuan cultivation. Why did this loser, Li Peinan, make trouble for Shuiyu nunnery? Did he want to get back together with his old love? Or was he waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? With all due respect, if he really wanted to destroy a flower, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do so before the matter became public. Senior, Shen Yuan, have to deal with external affairs based on facts, and I can't just do whatever I want. Huizhi was a bit embarrassed, but she also knew that Swordsman's request wasn't too much. If you asked him to do something without even telling him the details, you would feel a bit guilty and would easily cause unnecessary trouble for others. It's a long story. Dirty linen shouldn't be aired in public, but since you asked about it, I can't fool you. Please don't tell others after you know about it. It's related to the reputation of Shuiyu nunnery, and some words can't be explained clearly. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Senior, don't worry. Shen Yuan has a good reputation for tens of thousands of years. When did he become a person who likes to gossip? Huizhi sighed. It's like this. After Li Jia's 2 ex-girlfriends came to the Watermoon nunnery one after the other, because they were both in the foundation building stage and had similar family backgrounds, they soon got along well with each other and became close friends. It's just that. Lu Xiaoyi was very considerate. He knew what she meant, but he didn't want her to feel embarrassed, so he simply said it himself. Love affair. Huizhi was finally relieved that she didn't have to say such embarrassing words in person. That's about it, but it's not that bad. You know, men are not welcome in the Shuiyu nunnery, but this kind of thing between women can't be stopped no matter how many times it's forbidden. It's neither offensive to nature nor does it involve human relations, so we gradually let it go. It's fine as long as it doesn't spread outside. However, Li Peinan was extremely daring. When she first returned to the Cloud Lake archipelago, she snuck into the Shuiyu nunnery to look for her 2 ex-girlfriends. The Shuiyu nunnery had been peaceful for a long time, so they let their guard down. She might have bumped into them. He had already been provoked twice, and now that he had finally succeeded in his studies, he had never thought that he would be provoked again when he wanted to show off in front of his old friends. Even if his 2 old friends were not doing well, and their skills were as different as heaven and earth, they still did not put him in their eyes. Thus, his temperament changed, and he began to kill indiscriminately. After that, the outside world began to target the Shuiyu nunnery, saying that we are hiding filth and don't follow the rules of Buddhism. There are also Yuanying in the nunnery, but you also know the rules of the Qing Tian cultivation world. People like us don't dare to disobey them, for fear of causing extra trouble. The Li family's son is very alert. He comes and goes without a trace, and he even carries a sword case, so Lu Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. He finally figured out the cause and effect. This unlucky guy was really unlucky to meet 2 women of such high quality. He couldn't even vent his anger after he succeeded in his studies. What he said when he was young, don't look down on a young man because his paw was just like a fart. He had nowhere to vent his anger and didn't know how to vent it. But there were still a few questions. Why do you think he must be from Mount Xiao? Huizhi was very serious. He uses a flying sword. An external sword. In the Qing Tian cultivation world, 99% of people who can use flying swords come from Mount Xiao. This is a fact. More importantly, this person's strength is very terrifying. In the Jindan group in the Cloud Lake archipelago, no one can match him. I heard that a Jindan disciple of a small school was killed by him. The Yuanying in the school was eager to take revenge, so they secretly took action, but the result was that they came back in defeat. To be able to practice swordsmanship and reach such a level, I'm afraid that he is not one of those individual cultivators who got the inheritance of swordsman by chance. So we suspect that he has been missing for years because he hid his identity and joined Mount Xiao. Now he has come back. Do you have a similar person in your school? A new bearing essence with extraordinary strength. Lu Xiaoyi didn't comment. The secret of the number of bearing essence in the school couldn't be casually disclosed to outsiders, even if Zhenren Nan was very sure that this person probably didn't come from Mount Xiao. This, I need to see him to know. Now it's not good to make a presumption, but since this person has been wreaking havoc in the Cloud Lake archipelago for several years and made people panic, is it possible that with the power of your school, you can't find out his specific whereabouts? Where is he staying? If you want to solve this problem, you have to find him first. As an outsider, I'm not familiar with this place. In this respect, I'm afraid that I can't get the information faster and more accurate than you. Huiji thought for a while. This person's whereabouts are uncertain. He is cautious and very difficult to track down. Besides, he has a group of individual cultivator friends to cover for him, so we can't be sure. You know, in the Cloud Lake archipelago, individual cultivators are also powerful. The key is that there are no powerful top schools to suppress them, so he is very arrogant. So far, not to mention his whereabouts, few people have even seen his real face. But after so many years, there are still some clues. We suspect that he is hiding in the mountain gate of the Cloud Top Sword Palace in the Cloud Lake archipelago. Now it has become the world of individual cultivators. Disciples of schools don't dare to go there because of the shadow of the Sword Palace and the Three Pure Ones. Zhenren Yuanying also doesn't want to go there to make trouble, for fear of getting himself killed. Jindan doesn't dare to go there, and Yuanying has concerns. That's the situation. Lu Xiaoyi asked some other questions, and finally said, "What result does the Watermoon Nunnery want? Dead or alive? Capture or exile?" Huiji sighed. The Watermoon Nunnery doesn't have a life-and-death feud with him. Why would we want his life? But the other forces in the Cloud Lake archipelago can't wait to divide and conquer, so it's up to you to decide the result. As long as you don't come to the Watermoon Nunnery to make trouble. Lu Xiaoyi made a request. Others haven't seen this Li Jiazi, but the two bhikkhunis in your nunnery are different, right? They had a relationship when they were young, and they came to find him a few years ago. Can you let them draw a picture so that I can follow the picture? Huiji nodded. Of course. After the news came out, two women walked in hand. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied. The indigenous people in the Cloud Lake archipelago were very open-minded. They dared to love and hate. Even now, the two women didn't care about showing their interest in others. Maybe it was also a way to prevent people from having improper thoughts. Lu Xiaoyi sympathized with the Li Jiazi. How unlucky he was to meet two such beauties in his life. Chapter 632. After leaving the Shuiyu Nunnery, Lu Xiaoyi had no interest in the exotic scenery of Erlang Island, even though the girls here were very passionate. He flew directly to the main island of Cloud Lake, wanting to solve this problem as soon as possible. The main island of Cloud Lake was much bigger than Erlang Island and Daling Island, with a radius of thousands of miles. The population density was very high, because the Aborigines from the surrounding islands had settled here. There were mountains and rivers here, and there was no lack of fresh water. The climate was pleasant, and the scenery was beautiful. It was suitable for living. When there was a population, there would be a foundation for cultivation. There were dozens of sects of various sizes here. Some of them were ancient legacies, while others were new forces. Their roots were intertwined, and a slight move in one part could affect the whole. The cultivation environment was extremely complicated. Just from this aspect, the tangled and complicated situation was even more chaotic than the entire Green Sky sect. This was the result of not having a top sect to suppress it, and also the reason why the individual cultivators dared to occupy the mountain gate of the Cloud Top Sword Palace. Anyway, they were not an organization or force. When the real master came back, they could just run away. Such an island, of course, could not form a complete defense layer, so it was like a sieve. Anyone could come and go. It was a paradise for adventurers, but because of this, it was full of vitality. The order of cultivation was weakened to the greatest extent here. The law of the jungle was the main theme. It was common for small sects and families to be destroyed, just like Li Peinan's family and his fiancée's family. In fact, they were just a microcosm of the cultivation environment of Cloud Lake Islands. In the center of Cloud Lake Island, there was a volcano that was thousands of feet high. It was very eye-catching compared to the surrounding mountains. Because of the ocean climate, the clouds in the middle of the mountain did not disperse all year round. The upper half of the mountain looked like it was in the clouds. It was a first-class place for cultivation. It was also the most strange place in the blue sky big world, because those who occupied this place, or rather, Those who came here were the individual cultivators who had no one to rely on. It was also very strange. This was because of the Cloud Top Sword Palace's reputation in Cloud Lake Islands, and also the Three Pure Ones' secret connivance. In addition, there was the faint threat of Shenyuan. It became a place where no one dared to mess around. The individual cultivators dared to mess around because they had nothing. The closer he got to Cloud Peak, the more he could feel the vitality of this place. Of course, it could also be said that it was chaotic. He even saw cultivators killing each other on the streets. There was no order to speak of at all. Even in the most hot-blooded Fifth Ring, such lawlessness was rarely seen. If there was too much vitality, it would be disorderly. If there was too little vitality, it would be lifeless. If the rogue cultivators were to control it themselves, how could there be a limit? At first, he was still hesitating whether or not he should take the sword case and sneak into this place. He was afraid that he would startle the other party. But soon, he felt relieved. It was not a rare phenomenon to see someone carrying a sword case. Although it was not common, it was not unusual for one to appear here. Lu Xiaoyi immediately realized what kind of place this was. Cloud Peak was once the second sword vein of the blue sky big world. In its heyday, it was only slightly inferior to Shenyuan. The legacy of 10,000 years was not only on the Cloud Top Sword vein, it was also spread among the people of the island. Just like if something happened to Mount Xiao and it was eradicated, there would definitely be traces of swordsman's bloodline left in the thousands of miles around the snowy mountain. It might not be comprehensive, or it might not be high-end, but it would not be extinguished in the middle and lower levels. Cloud Lake Island was in the same situation. There was indeed no systematic sword vein as mentioned by the Nan Zhanren, and no one dared to organize one. Even a fool would know that once a systematic Cloud Top Sword vein appeared, it would be the time for Shenyuan to settle the score. But this did not mean that the Cloud Top Sword vein's legacy was not left behind in the family, in the word of mouth of the rogue cultivators, or in some secret cave. This kind of fragmented legacy was passed down from generation to generation, in addition to the fact that many cultivators would dig holes before they died to pass down the legacy, so after 10,000 years, although the Cloud Lake archipelago was no longer as prosperous as it used to be, it was still far from being completely extinct. It was just that the legacy was spread among the people, and became a direction for many rogue cultivators. In a small town below Cloud Peak, he found a wine shed to sit down and drink while resting. Actually, it was just to listen to the gossip of the rogue cultivators who came and went from the south to the north. The weather here was scorching hot, and the temperature was above zero all year round. So many of the middle and low-grade wine shops here were opened boldly. They just built a large shed without walls, and the wind came from all directions. With a roof to shade them from the sun, the scenery was in sight. Drinking big bowls of wine and eating big pieces of meat, it was very free and easy. The few waitresses who served wine were all young ladies who wore light clothes. Their skin was slightly dark, healthy and bright, and their smiles were bright. Defy Luo, such an environment was indeed very attractive. As he was drinking alone, a young man who was also carrying a sword case walked over and sat at his table. He probably thought that all the swordsmen in the world were one family, and also because Lu Xiaoyi, who had used the divine concealment spell, looked like an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator from his aura. "Brother, are you going to Cloud Peak? My surname is Hua, you can call me Hua Erlang." Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoyi did not reject such friendliness. "My surname is Fei, why, is this brother also going to Cloud Peak?" Hua Erlang drank the wine in his cup and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, showing his rudeness. "I'm here to find a few friends. To explore the outer seas together." "Brother Fei, what about you?" Lu Xiaoyi was very honest. "I'm here to experience the glory of the Cloud Peak Sword Palace in the past," Hua Erlang laughed. "So this is the first time Brother Fei is here. Then you must not be from the Cloud Lake Archipelago." Almost all the independent cultivators in the Cloud Lake Archipelago would come here to admire the glory of the swordsman seniors after they have consolidated their Dao foundation. "There's nothing to say. Come with me, I'll take you to the Cloud Peak. And let me tell you, Cloud Peak is more chaotic. If you don't know anyone and don't know the rules, you will easily be taken advantage of. If you are taken advantage of there, you won't have anywhere to seek redress. Everyone is relying on their own abilities to survive, unlike those trashy sects below, who have people backing them. Of course, he did not think that Lu Xiaoyi was a disciple of a sect, because in the Cloud Lake Archipelago, in the Thousand Island region, in the entire Azure Sky sect, there was only one official sword sect. Therefore, he must be an independent cultivator. As for where he learned the sword, that was not important. In the Cloud Lake Archipelago, there were all kinds of strange ways to learn the sword. It could be an old man who set up a fortune-telling stall by the roadside, in the well in his backyard. When the Cloud Peak Sword Palace left the Cloud Lake Archipelago, they had intentionally or unintentionally left many such things behind. Therefore, in the Thousand Island region, the cultivators who carried the sword box could be said to be the inheritors of Cloud Peak. Although no one mentioned it openly, they all had this thought in their hearts. Cloud Peak had also left behind the inheritance of the inner sword, but until now, there were martial arts but no sword pills. That was the true loss of the inheritance. Since they were a family, shouldn't they help each other? Chapter 633. Lu Xiaoyi went with the flow. Brother Hua, I've just arrived at Cloud Lake and there are many things I'm not sure about. I'd like to stay here for a while and get some of the swordsman's divine aura. I wonder if there are any rules. As he spoke, he called for the waiter and ordered 2 large plates of meat and 2 pots of wine. This was a matter of attitude. What was this bit of food to a cultivator? Hua Erlang's temper was more extroverted. As expected, he fell for this trick. He did not stand on ceremony. Initially, he only wanted to get close to a strange swordsman in the wine shed and take a break. This was his personality. He loved to make friends and was proud of the fact that friends were everywhere in the Thousand Islands region. Well said. If Brother Meng Fei thinks highly of me, I'll drink your wine. It's also a way to make friend. Brother, you've asked the right person about Cloud Peak. I, Hua Erlang's master, used to have a foothold in Cloud Peak. Ever since I was young, I've been to Cloud Peak dozens of times, if not hundreds. I'm very familiar with all the obstacles. Since we're here today, I don't have any urgent matters to attend to, so I'll share with you. Hua Erlang was a worldly person, but no matter how forthright he was, as a cultivator, he could not be so superficial as to call everyone his brother and tell them everything. There was a sword cultivator gathering and he needed to contact some people. He thought that he had a wide circle of friends, so he patted his chest and promised to get a group of people to join the gathering. However, when it came time to do it, his so-called friends all came up with excuses, making him lose face. Today, he happened to meet this foreign swordsman who was not clear about the situation here. Perhaps he could get his head. As for the secret of Cloud Peak, what kind of secret was that? The local cultivators of Cloud Lake all knew about it. This was not a sect where the organization was strict. Brother Fei, if you want a foothold in Cloud Peak and a place to settle down, I'll be honest. It's not easy. Look at me, I've been in Cloud Lake for a few decades and I can only go up the mountain to play because of the legacy left behind by my master. But if you want to have a palace in Yunding, even if it's the most ordinary single room, I can't do it. This requires the guarantee of strength. There are countless palaces in the Cloud Top Sword Palace. When the people of the Cloud Top Sword Palace left, they did not self-destruct. The buildings of the cultivators are extremely sturdy. That is why it is still the same as it was 10,000 years ago. Among them, the main halls, the solitary pavilions, and the places with the most beautiful scenery are basically all occupied by the Jindan among the rogue cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators like you and me can forget about it. The remaining smaller side halls, side rooms, and remote residences were occupied by large groups of Foundation establishment loose cultivators. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and often fought for space above. However, there were very few who could occupy a place alone. The few who could do so were the most powerful Foundation establishment seniors in the Cloud Lake Archipelago. Are you sure you can defeat them? Even if you can, because you are unfamiliar with the place and have no friends to help you, You won't be able to withstand the endless harassment from above. So Brother Fei, since it's your first time here, you should go up and take a look. There's no problem with that. But if you want to stay here for a long time, I advise you to give up on that idea. Get to know more and make more friends. Wait until you have the confidence to do so. Lu Xiaoyi humbly listened to the advice and asked curiously, are there no Yuanying staying up there? Hua Erlang laughed. He thought that this person was probably an ascetic cultivator who was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. There are no Yuanying up there. First of all, how many Yuanying can there be among the rogue cultivators? From what I know, there are no more than 20 reputable rogue cultivators in the Thousand Islands region who have Yuanying. There are only 7 or 8 of them near our Cloud Lake archipelago. They have already become nascent souls. Who would be willing to stay at someone else's mountain? They would lose their Tao heart. Wouldn't it be better to go to the outer seas and find a beautiful island to be a local tyrant? Besides, if you really stay here, you might attract the Yuanying of the big sects. Why bother finding trouble with a few hundred years of cultivation? Lu Xiaoyi humbly listened to the advice. He only needed to know if there were any Yuanying in the Cloud Lake archipelago, so that he could determine his own way of doing things. Are there any powerful people among the swordsmen? I came out this time because I want to meet all the swordsmen in the world. I want to see how exciting the outside world is and how high the Cloud Lake archipelago is. Hua Erlang gave him a thumbs up. Brother Fei is so bold. But the swordsmen in the world won't be able to meet you. They will only meet those from the Thousand Islands region. He pointed to the north. Lu Xiaoyi understood tacitly. Hua Erlang continued, let's not talk about the sects. They don't have anything to do with us. Let's talk about the Cloud Lake archipelago and the surrounding foundation establishment expert. It's the same for Jindan, but I want to remind you, Brother Fei, don't just focus on the swordsman. When you go out and compete with others, swordsmen are still very rare. Most of your opponents are from other orthodoxies. Interact more, make more friends, practice more, and gain more knowledge. It's still very beneficial. He raised his head and drank another cup. He liked to talk about these things. It was a natural hobby. In the circle of independent cultivators, there are 4 Dragon Kings, 8 Heavenly Divisions, and 13 Sea Patrols. Let me tell you one by one. Lu Xiaoyi controlled his temper. Listening to this guy's long-winded talk about the so-called Foundation Establishment heroes among the independent cultivators of the Cloud Lake archipelago, he, who had seen the fish leaping cliff, did not care about these useless soldiers and crab generals. With a swing of his sword, he could pierce these marine goods into a large candid hawthorn. There was one good thing about independent cultivators. They could name themselves casually, so they would name themselves high and mighty, as awe-inspiring as they could. So judging their strength could not be based on their name. It was very misleading. Just like Hua Erlang, his stage name was Erlang Shun. When Hua Erlang finally finished, Lu Xiaoyi ordered 2 more pots of wine for him. Then, he said casually, are there any outstanding people in Jindan? Hua Erlang was in high spirits. He did not care about anything else. Jindan? Yes. Night Lantern, Shanghai Demon, Whispering Monk, Blue Yakshaw, Ju Chen Jun, Heavenly Demon Song. Lu Xiaoyi could not help but interrupt him. Brother Hua, I've heard so much from you. Why haven't I heard of the famous swordsman characters? Or is there a flaw in our legacy? The higher we go, the less effective it becomes. Hua Erlang choked. He really had to rub it in. The swordsman's legacy did have this flaw. There was no other reason. Everyone had to do their own thing. The cloud top swordsmanship had been passed down for more than 10,000 years. Furthermore, it was passed down without any system. It had long been fragmented and pieced together. It was still possible to pass the foundation establishment stage by relying on these unsystematic things. However, it was very difficult to pass the Jindan stage, not to mention Yuanying. This was because no one had organized all the swordsman's legacy. Firstly, no one had the ability to do so. Secondly, there was the big tiger of the north. No one dared to have such thoughts. It was fine if one practiced blindly, but what did you want to do by organizing them? Did you want to compete with the North? Chapter 634. Hua Erlang was indignant and retorted, "Why not? There's a new Jindan swordsman in Cloud Lake. He's invincible in Cloud Lake." Before he could finish his sentence, one of the guests who were also drinking next to him shot a sharp glare at him. Immediately, Hua Erlang stopped talking without thinking. In his embarrassment, he grabbed the wine jug and gulped it down. Lu Xiaoyi did not seem to notice. He did not chase after him. The environment here was noisy and it was not a good place to talk about secrets. "Brother Hua, you don't have to say. Since it's a secret, you have to abide by it. When I've been in Cloud Peak for a long time, I'll know. But who is that person? His gaze is fierce. We're talking about the powerful Jindan in Cloud Peak, not his wife. Is there a need to be so fierce? Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" Hua Erlang hurriedly stopped him. Having a good relationship with others meant that he would always give in to others. He was not someone who would rush to attack. However, this old brother Fei was a decent person. To stand up for him, even if it was just a sentence, it meant that he had the intention to do so. Just based on this point alone, he was someone worth befriending. At the very least, he would not shrink back in the face of danger. However, shouldn't people usually say we're not talking about his wife when they express their dissatisfaction? What's the difference between talking about his wife or not? He's also a weirdo. "Thank you, Brother Fei. However, it's better not to touch this person for now. He's called Wanderer Feng Hai. He's also a member of Cloud Peak. He has a few friends together and has some connections. Since we're going to Cloud Peak for sightseeing, it's best not to offend these local tyrants. It's very troublesome." Hua Erlang changed to whispering with his divine sense. It was not good for him to start talking loudly after drinking some wine like he did just now. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Brother Hua, you should have mentioned him when you were talking about Foundation establishment heroes. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like now, using this as a pretext to make a fuss." Hua Erlang was disdainful. "Brother Fei, you're still the one who sees things clearly. However, I wasn't deliberately giving him the cold shoulder. With his abilities, he was barely able to settle down on the Cloud Peak. To put it bluntly, he was only able to rely on a few people to stay together and not be chased away. How could he not know what kind of person he was? If I really push him up, will he be able to accept it?" Hua Erlang said that he did not care, but he felt uncomfortable in his heart. It could be heard from his words, but he knew how to control himself. This was the prerequisite for having many friends. "Brother Fei, don't think too much. The swordsman I told you about is the pride of our Cloud top loose cultivators." It had been less than 10 years since his debut, but he had killed many people in the Cloud Lake archipelago. Moreover, the ones he killed were all sect disciples, but he had never laid a hand on his fellow itinerant cultivators. There was no one in the Cloud Peak who didn't admire him, because he did what everyone wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Hence, in the Cloud Peak, everything about this Jindan swordsman was taboo. It was for no other reason than to prevent people from coming over to spy on him and secretly set him up. That Wanderer Feng Hai's attitude was indeed bad, but his intentions were not wrong. I was a little too unrestrained just now. However, these things would not be a secret if one day Brother Fei were to gain a foothold in the Cloud Peak and be accepted by the loose cultivator circle. You only need to know that there is such an outstanding person among the swordsmen. As for the rest, let's leave it for the future. Hua Erlang stopped talking about this mysterious swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi did not force him either. Since there was such a person, it was only a matter of time before he would be found. What interested Lu Xiaoyi was not his complicated and bizarre love story, but what Huaiji had told him. This was Li Peinan's experience of defeating the perfected Yuanying. If everything was true, he really wanted to see how this swordsman, who had jumped out from the cracks of a rock, could rely on the incomplete inheritance of the Cloud Peak to fight across realms. Could it be that this person was a rare genius? He, Lu Xiaoyi, had cultivated for 300 years and had never once fought across realms. When he was in the Foundation establishment stage, he did not fight with Jindan. Now that he was in Jindan, he did not think about how to flirt with Yuanying. The death of his senior brother Guangbei had left a deep impression on him. He was unwilling to touch on the realm of realms. It was said that swordsmen had the ability to fight across realms, but ability was ability, reality was reality. If he was addicted to it, he would lose his life sooner or later. Even in the fifth ring, he had never heard of anyone killing a fifth ring cultivator. Perhaps it was because he was ignorant, or perhaps it was because fifth ring cultivators were all truly powerful. More likely, the more frequently one fought, the more one would understand the true meaning of battle. What was the meaning of fighting across realms? You could only find the weakest and most incompetent upper-level cultivators. What could it prove? It was a habit to be arrogant in front of upper-level cultivators. Thinking that one was someone who could fight across realms was the path to death. Only in a place like the Azure Sky Great World, where battles were not frequent and life and death were not intense, could cultivators prove something by fighting across realms. He was not interested in fighting against a Yuanying stage cultivator, but he was very interested in a Jindan stage cultivator who could compete with a Yuanying stage cultivator. This was not a case of picking the weak, but a correct fighting principle. All battle veterans would not easily set foot in this forbidden area. When you get used to fighting with Yuanying, the Yuanying would no longer see you as Jindan. This was not a good sign. The two of them were full and began to move towards Yunding. Hua Erlang warned, there are clouds and mist lingering on the mountainside of Yunding. In principle, those who are not Jindan cultivators and do not have the right to live on Yunding cannot fly across the clouds and mist and directly ascend the mountain. They have to ascend the mountain from below the clouds and mist before climbing up. Lu Xiaoyi laughed involuntarily. Everyone is staying here temporarily, but there are still so many rules. Hua Erlang said seriously, Brother Fei, don't underestimate the circle of secret practitioners on the cloud peak. Although it looks like a plate of loose sand on the outside, there is still a cohesive force within. Such a big mountain gate, if there are no rules, how can it be maintained? Although this place will never belong to swordsmen in name, we have already stayed here for 10,000 years. Perhaps there will be 10,000 years or even 10,000 years in the future. It is understandable that we treat this place as our home. The rules were set by generations of Jindan loose cultivators and gradually perfected. Although they have never been written down, if you want to stay here, you have to be familiar with every rule. You can't be careless. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and accepted the advice. His heart was filled with emotions. On Yunding, on Mount Xiao, he could fly however he wanted. No one had ever restrained him, whether he was a foundation establishment cultivator or a Jindan cultivator. But in this world of loose cultivators, the rules were stricter than those of the top sects. He did not know if this was an improvement or a regression. In his 300 years of cultivation, he had come into contact with all kinds of cultivators. But most of them were disciples of sects, and they were all elites. Suddenly coming into a group of heroes from the wilderness, there was a sense of novelty. It was also an unusual experience. Chapter 635. They entered the mountain halfway up the mountain and then flew up while sticking close to the ground. That was the way they were traveling now. When the Cloud Apex Immortal Palace was built here, it was called the Cloud Apex because it was surrounded by clouds and mist. One could only see the sword light but not its true appearance. Therefore, all the palaces and buildings were built on top of the clouds and mist. Mortals below could not see them. But once they passed the mountainside and arrived above the clouds, their field of vision widened. There were many palaces on the mountain peak, built according to the mountain's topography. They were arranged in picturesque disorder and the layout was profound. It was as if they were stepping on the clouds, as if they were in paradise. It was extremely shocking. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi's shocked expression, Hua Erlang smiled proudly. I told you. As long as you have been here before, you can't not treat this place as your home. Once you come, you don't want to leave. But I am also a cultivator. For more than 10,000 years, I have never added a brick or tile to the cloud apex, nor did I break the mountain or change the terrain. This is to maintain the original state as much as possible. It is both out of respect for the owner and also out of self-awareness as a guest. While leading the way, he explained, although there isn't a clear distinction, in principle, the large palaces, pavilions, and independent buildings are all residences of core formation cultivators, while foundation building cultivators are much smaller and scattered in remote areas. However, the higher you go, the higher the cultivation level of a cultivator is. This is also a fact. The cloud apex is 3,000 feet high. Above 2,000 feet, it is basically the world of the foundation establishment cultivators. After 2,500 feet, there is not a single foundation establishment cultivator. It is the residences of the Jindan cultivators. Old Brother Fei, when you travel here, you must pay attention to this point. Do not cross this boundary easily. Rogue cultivators have bad tempers. They are not like sect disciples who like to talk about principles. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and laughed. Brother Hua, go ahead. Don't you still have to find your friends? I am not a child, I will not go to dangerous places. When I am done, I will go down the mountain. Brother Hua, don't waste your time. When we meet again, we will hold each other's arms and talk. The two of them exchanged contact details and went their separate ways. Lingering above the clouds, the beauty of the artistic conception was breathtaking. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not think that this was the most suitable mountain gate for the swordsman. It was far inferior to Mount Xiao and the dome. The environment could affect one's will. It might not matter if one was in the Yuanying, but for most of the middle and low-level cultivators, the influence was subtle. This might be the reason why the Cloud Top Sword Palace chose to give up and leave the 5 rings. When a swordsman faced a blossoming flower realm or an ethereal immortal realm, how could a young swordsman attack without any distractions? If he really unsheathed his sword, would it be compatible with such an environment? Had he become someone who only cared about appearances and no longer cared about the cruelty of reality? The thick layer of clouds on the mountainside added to the domineering atmosphere, but it was like a person wearing a wide and beautiful grass skirt. Could you still see where your feet were? From a practical point of view, the overly thick clouds would also block part of a cultivator's divine sense and all of their vision. In terms of attack and defense, it would imprison them in a disadvantageous situation. If there were enemies, they would be able to approach easily. On this point, the Shenyuan swordsman's principle of finding a mountain gate was very practical. The snowy mountains were cold and endless. When one was in such a place, the first thing one would think of was how to survive. There were no flowers, no ripples, no colorful purples, no sunny days. There was only clarity in the extreme cold, and a glimmer of life under the snow. For disciples who had just entered the way of the sword, practicing in these 2 different environments would definitely result in 2 different outcomes. Similarly, the Wei Sword Mountain made the same choice. However, they did not choose the extreme cold, but the deathly stillness. This was the difference between the true way of the sword and the way of the sword that was cultivated by the Dharma vein. They were not the same thing. Just like how the sword vein was used to cultivate the Dharma vein, it was also a specious thing. However, as a place to cultivate one's mind, this place was very suitable. It was completely relaxed, just like taking a big pill. The environment could sometimes achieve such an effect. Sometimes, Lu Xiaoyi wondered if those sects that were dedicated to the way of the sword had noticed something because of this. He just strolled around 20,000 feet above the cloud top. As long as he did not enter the pavilions and other places that had owners, no one would bother him. This was because there were many other independent cultivators like him who were strolling around. He had his own plans for his next step. Of course, it was impossible for him to just go down the mountain. If he followed the rules, why did he come here? It was also not suitable for him to go up 25,000 feet. He had not even found the traces of the Li family's son. If he exposed himself so rashly, he would be creating more trouble for himself. It was most suitable to stay on a mountain peak that was about 20,000 feet high. After all, the pavilions only took up a very small area. Most of the scenery was still deep in the mountains, so it was not difficult to find a place to stay. In fact, most of the rogue cultivators who came here to sightsee had this idea. If they ran into someone, they would be considered unlucky. If they didn't run into someone, they would just continue to mingle around like this. Just like that, he wandered around here for several days. He often came into contact with the loose cultivators here, but he never met anyone as easy to talk to as Hua Erlang, so he couldn't get any valuable information out of them. He roughly knew the Li family's son's appearance and characteristics, but on such a large mountain peak, golden core cultivators were all high up in the sky. How could he possibly meet one? He needed to go up stealthily to the highest point of the cloud top. Since this Li Peinan was so impressive, the place where he stayed would definitely not be low. He found a night and straightened his body. It was as if a star had risen from the peak of the mountain. Night and day did not have much meaning to cultivators. This was theoretical. However, if you were to hang in the sky in broad daylight, you would still be a very obvious target. Lu Xiaoyi's escape technique was very suitable for the night. Furthermore, it was the kind that allowed him to hang in the sky. When he completely indulged himself in the starry sky, the star chart in his body would correspond with the real starry sky. In other people's perception, this was a star. Unless one's cultivation was especially high, their perception was especially sharp, or they had a similar understanding of the stars. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to discover that this thing hanging in the sky was a human trying to spy on them. His speed was very slow. If he was faster, he would turn into a shooting star. What was there to see? Such a swaggering and brazen act was the safest. His body emitted a gentle starlight outwards. Not only did it prevent others from spying on him, it also disguised him well. In this state, he hovered in the sky above the cloud top, quietly feeling the various spiritual waves coming from the peak of the mountain. This was passive reception and not active detection. This was the limit of what he could do now. After all, in a situation where he did not have any advantage in his cultivation, he could only rely on the uniqueness of his technique. Chapter 636. From the top of the mountain, there were all kinds of auras, techniques, power of blood, swordsmanship, and even the aura of Buddhism. This was the time when the sky had just passed. Basically, all the cultivators would take this opportunity to train their cultivation. Then, it was clear who was a Dharma cultivator, swordsman, body cultivator, and Buddhism cultivator. Among them, there were a few auras of sword chi, but Lu Xiaoyi could identify them one by one. He could barely be considered a master of swordsmanship now. He had accumulated a lot of experience in external swordsmanship. When others used a sword, he could easily judge the power of the sword. Through the changes in the sword, he could also accurately judge the level of strength of the opponent. Not everyone had a sword spirit when they were in Jindan. They could use the sword box on their back to improve themselves and not show it to others. Flying swords without a sword spirit could only be improved by using their full strength countless times. Therefore, he could sense it clearly from afar. Could it be that someone was deliberately hiding from others and not using their full strength? Theoretically, it was possible, but in reality, it was unrealistic. If they were acting here every day, who would see it? If they did not deceive others, it would affect their own progress in swordsmanship. If they did not use their full strength, they would not be able to achieve their goal of practicing swordsmanship. They would not be able to challenge their own limits. He thought that it would be difficult for others to notice his current state of peeping. There was no yuaniying here, and celestial arts were rare. Then, could it be that this person was not even above 25,000 feet, but was hiding among the Foundation establishment cultivators? It was very possible. If someone like him dared to stay high above the cloud peak, he would definitely be caught. Lu Xiaoyi turned into a star and floated down. He was not in a hurry. Maybe he was not here, or maybe he was sleeping behind closed doors. He could only wait here passively, hoping that he could sneak into the circle of rogue cultivators to get some important information and meet someone who was as talkative as Hua Erlang. Or, he could only hope that there was accurate news from Huaiji. Hopefully, it would not take too much time. On the mountainside of Mount Yunding, there was a stretch of abodes that was less than 1,000 feet above the clouds. At this distance, when there was a storm, the abodes could not be seen from the outside as they were shrouded in a boundless sea of clouds. When the weather was fine and the weather was dry, the abodes could be seen again, just like now. This abode was originally used by the Cloud Top Sword Palace to entertain guests, and it was of the lowest grade. Hence, it was located at the lowest point and was closest to the Sea of Clouds. Now that the Cloud Top Sword Palace was occupied by the itinerant cultivators, the only people who were arranged to stay here were the weakest of the itinerant cultivators. The abode was huge, with more than 10 rows of buildings stacked on top of each other. There was no single door or courtyard, and it was more like a dormitory for daoist children. This was just a metaphor. In fact, every room in the abode was arranged as a set. There was a living room, a bedroom, a study, a dining room, and a quiet room for cultivation. To a mortal, this was already considered a huge living space. There were dozens of itinerant cultivators from all over the Cloud Lake Archipelago living here. Some were from the Cloud Lake Archipelago, some were from the Dalang and Erlang Islands, and there were even some who came from overseas. Those who stayed here for a long time had already cultivated here for more than 10 years. When they gathered together, they were a complete unit. If an outsider came to challenge their residency, they would attack together. This was because everyone understood that as a unit, helping each other was helping themselves. With their low individual abilities, it was extremely difficult for them to protect their residency in the Cloud Top Sword Palace. It was also because of this that this abode was the most stable group of residents in the Cloud Top Sword Palace. When those influential people rose like a rocket and fell like a comet, it was this inconspicuous place, which was covered by clouds from time to time, that maintained a shocking stability. Because of this stability, they had children. This was an inevitable product of the lack of entertainment culture. Some couples were cultivators, some were children, and there were even adult men with children. This was the safest place for itinerant cultivators in the Cloud Lake Archipelago. The perfect intensity of spiritual vigor and a quiet environment for cultivation could help children to sense spiritual vigor to the maximum extent. Arlong brought Ahu to play hide-and-seek in the mountain rocks and trees outside the abode. Children who grew up in such an environment were always extraordinarily energetic. Playing such games would only be exciting at night. It would be best if this place was covered by clouds. At that time, all the children in the abode would run out, unlike today when there were only the two of them, who were the most mischievous. Arlong was 12 years old, and Ahu was only 9 years old. They were not brothers, but inseparable companions. When the two of them were tired from playing, they lay in the thick grass and looked up at the stars while sharing the snacks that they secretly brought out. This was the happiest stage of life. They were lucky enough to grow up here, and it was like heaven on earth. Look, that star. It's so strange. Ahu was the first to discover that something was wrong. They lay here and looked at the stars every day, so they knew the brightest stars in the clouds like the back of their hands. Because they were born in a cultivator family, they knew much more about this than ordinary children. Arlong discovered it almost at the same time. Yes. It looks like a star that's very close to us. Could it be that the star fell down? The two of them stared at the sky without blinking. Thousands of itinerant cultivators on the cloud-filled peak could not see it, but two children were the first to discover that something was wrong with this star. This sounded ridiculous, but it had its own underlying reason. When cultivators looked at the stars, they rarely stared at them like ordinary people. They relied more on their perception, which was to close their eyes and use their divine sense to distinguish the starlight in the sky. They used the intensity of the starlight to judge the size, distance, and familiarity. This was a conscious way of observing the stars. For those cultivators who did not pay attention to the stars in the sky, the function of their divine sense was to distinguish the fluctuations of spiritual vigor in a certain range around their bodies to determine whether there was danger, so they could not see it. Because the current Lu Xiaoyi was a star, and his whole body was emitting starlight. Divine sense could not touch it, and a more advanced way of observing the world was lacking in the most basic aspects. But the children were different. The only way they could observe the stars in the sky was to look up, not to mention that they did not need to look up now. Lying on the grass, countless stars naturally poured into their eyes. "Is it a big bird?" Ahu asked. It could also be a person. Ah Long looked more carefully. The children's purer eyes easily penetrated Lu Xiaoyi's disguise, which was also a very famous paradox in the cultivation world. The more profound something was, the more likely it was to be broken through by pure eyes, because children did not have so many considerations, artistic conception, and ideas. If it's a person, why did he stop there? Hu was still young after all, so he did not quite understand. It could also be that he wants to do something bad. Long wanted to think more, but obviously he could not think of anything deeper. Shoot it down with a slingshot. Hu proposed the only way he could think of at his age. Chapter 637. The two kids were true to their word. The slingshots were placed behind their waists and the pebbles could be picked up anywhere. This was how they dealt with the small beasts in the mountains. They did not even need to prepare. Both of them pulled their slingshots. Clearly, Long, who was stronger, had a bigger slingshot. In an instant, the two pebbles flew into the sky one after the other. Although they had good eyesight, without the support of mana, it was impossible to see the two fast-moving pebbles clearly under the night sky. Even the direction of the pebbles was roughly the same, however, their movements obviously startled the monster. The monster suddenly shook in the sky and then spiraled askew, as if it was injured. This attracted the cheers of the two kids below. The next moment, the monster seemed to have lost its strength and fell down. However, with the eyesight of the two kids, they could not see where it fell to. It seemed very close. It also seemed very far. Could it be in front of the abode? Or behind the abode? Where did it fall to? Behind the mountain? Long was a little confused. No, it's in front of the mountain. I think it's. Hu was also confused, but the principle was very clear. He expressed a different opinion to show that he was different. After all, they were just kids. After a round of laughter, they forgot about it. When the two of them had enough fun and returned to the small square in front of the abode, the adults were just starting to practice. This was a daily routine. Some were immersed in their practice, but there were bound to be some who could not bear the boredom. There were dozens of people, and there were bound to be some who were itching to fight. However, they were all really practicing, and there was never a fight to the death. Two or a few people participated while the others watched and commented throughout the whole process. It was also a way to improve each other's skills. They were individual cultivators. Without the guidance of the elders, they could only expand themselves in this way. This was also a very important reason why individual cultivators were attracted to the cloud peak. The two kids stood at the side from afar, looking at the adults calling the wind and calling the rain. They did not seem to be surprised. This was something they had seen since they were young, and they were already used to it. They could not stay here for long. After a crazy day, sleep would soon find them, and it would mean the end of a fun day. Today's practice ended exceptionally early. The cultivators walked back in twos and threes, including the parents of the two kids. Xiao Long, go take a bath and sleep. Xiao Hu, go drink some water and brush your teeth. This was a normal day, but today, little Tiger said something extra. Father, Brother Long and I just shot down a big bird in the forest. Brother Long said that it could also be a person. His father laughed and scolded. How did you hit him? With your slingshots. The two children loudly expressed their dissatisfaction and explained everything that had happened just now in full detail. The speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener took it seriously. The two children might not understand what it meant, but cultivators like them were different. When he looked at the sky again, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. How could there be any abnormalities? After sending the children away to rest, the group of cultivators began to discuss. I was wondering why I kept feeling that someone was spying on me from the side when I was performing the simulation, but I couldn't find any clues no matter what. So it was actually in the air. With so many defy spies spying on us, it's truly inconceivable that we didn't notice a thing. Old Ninth, the technique you practice is also good at perception, but you didn't notice anything at all? Old Jew smiled bitterly. No. If what the children saw was true, then this person's realm is really terrifying. I'm just like you, I have a little intuition, but I don't know where to start and where to look from. Intuition was something that every cultivator would develop in the process of cultivation. It was based on each person's potential and skills. Some were strong and some were weak, and some were real and some were fake. But if there were several people in a group who had the same intuition, then it was basically not wrong. This was also the reason why their simulation ended so hastily. Lu Xiaoyi could secretly spy on them from a close distance, but on the path of mysterious intuition, he couldn't completely deceive people. That required a higher realm to achieve. The group of people discussed back and forth, but didn't come up with a plan. What they didn't understand was, if there really was such a degree of spying, then was it targeting the Cloud Peak itinerant cultivators? Or was it just a small area of the abode? If it was targeting the entire Cloud Peak, then naturally it would be handled by the Jindan cultivator who lived in the upper level, and it didn't have much to do with them. If it was the latter, then it might be more troublesome. Let's go and ask the human emperor. Although he came the latest, he has traveled extensively. He is the most knowledgeable and the most powerful. Every itinerant cultivator had an awe-inspiring nickname. In this group of people, there were quite a few who were called Saint, Immortal, Venerable, so the nickname of the human emperor wasn't too harsh. This person had come to the abode for less than 10 years. He wasn't old, and he was low-key and steady. He treated people very well, but he was more solitary. He often closed the door and cultivated alone. He rarely participated in everyone's simulation. But in the cultivation world, solitary wasn't a derogatory term. Cultivation was a solitary path, and there were quite a few people like this. Almost half of the dozens of cultivators in the abode were like this. As long as they were willing to stand up when something happened and didn't shrink back, then they were good friends. The group of people quickly arrived outside the room of the human emperor. He had already come out to welcome them. He smiled and listened to everyone's speculations. From what I see, it's just a coincidence. There have always been similar spying in the past few years, and it doesn't seem to have stopped for thousands of years. Everyone just needs to be good to themselves. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. Everyone had the same thought. They came to look for the human emperor just to hear some evidence. The Cloud Peak was the target of public criticism in the Cloud Lake Island. It wasn't a paradise, and they weren't the real owners. They could stay here, but others couldn't. Not to mention the sects and forces of the Cloud Lake Islands, even the wandering cultivators from other provinces would come here to take a look. These people relied on their powerful background and didn't abide by the rules. They deliberately looked at them with scrutinizing eyes, as if to warn them what kind of place this was. They were warning them that they didn't have the right to stay here. After everyone left, the human emperor closed the door, and his eyes revealed a ferocious look. Was there no end to it? He hadn't been out to commit crimes for a long time. He also planned to cultivate from now on and stop killing for the past. Unfortunately, there were always people who didn't let him have his way. In this lifetime, everyone was making things difficult for him. For the time being, he couldn't determine where the threat came from. However, it couldn't escape from the Cloud Lake Islands. The Golden Core cultivators had been beaten to a pulp by him. After beating the younger ones, the older ones would come. He had already seen it once, and there was indeed a difference between them and the Golden Core cultivators. He had used a trick to make them return without any success, but he was afraid that there would not be a next time. He should have left long ago. After Yuanying started to secretly attack. However, he didn't know why he couldn't make up his mind to leave forever. Rationality and emotions were often the opposite. The worst thing was that he couldn't get out of it now. Chapter 638. Lu Xiaoyi flew close to the ground and left the sight of the two brats. As for the sway in the air, it was just for fun. Even if it was a mission, he still hoped to have a relaxed attitude, to entertain himself and others. Finding nothing was the result of this night's exploration of the cloud top. This was also within his expectations. After all, this was not a biography. He had coincidentally found two people who were furtively discussing the whereabouts of the Li family's son. If there were, one of them would definitely be the Heavenly Tao and the other could be the School of Novels in disguise. He was a little uncertain. Did he expose himself during the night exploration? It was just two young children playing around. This should not be the basis for the adult's judgment. But in the cultivation world, the sensitivity of cultivators was completely different from that of the mortal world. Moreover, the individual cultivators finished their simulation in a hurry. With his sharp eyes, he could see that the individual cultivators were afraid of something and were a little distracted. Lu Xiaoyi knew that at least in this residential area, there was no point in spying. If the individual cultivators were really united, there might be rumors of someone exploring the Cloud Peak at night tomorrow. The hope of finding Li Jiazi by himself started to become slim. The next morning, Lu Xiaoyi swaggered to the side of the abode, just like every new Foundation establishment cultivator who lingered on the scenery of the Cloud Peak. Just as he was about to continue approaching the abode, an individual cultivator blocked his way. "Fellow Daoist, please wait. This is a private residence. Visitors are not allowed. The Cloud Peak has countless views. Why do you want to stay here alone?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled naturally. "To be honest, fellow Daoist, the Cloud Peak is indeed very beautiful, but there are not many places for me to stay. I see that the sea of clouds here is vast, but it's quiet and peaceful. I wonder if there are any empty residences that can accept a wandering newcomer." The cultivator's tone was firm. "I don't have time. You don't have to ask. I can answer you now." Lu Xiaoyi took out a small bag of spirit stones and stuffed it over. "I don't ask for a conclusion. I only ask for an introduction. If I want to settle down here, what are the conditions? When is the most suitable time to visit?" The cultivator took the spirit stone and scanned it with his divine sense. Although he was hesitant, he still couldn't resist the temptation. He wasn't making a decision on his own, he was just pointing the way. "I can't say too much. The so-called conditions are different depending on the community. But now is not the right time. Why don't you try again in 3 months? It's not just this place, it's the same for other places as well. Don't waste your energy." Lu Xiaoyi politely thanked him and did not pester him any further. He went straight down the mountain. The cloud top loose cultivators were on guard. He had inquired about the basic conditions for loose cultivators to settle down in the cloud top. There were 2 conditions. First, they needed a Jindan cultivator as a guarantor. Second, they needed the approval of their neighbors. These 2 conditions sounded easy, but were difficult to fulfill. Those who settled down here were basically poor and had no resources to pave the way. Why would they come here if they were so wealthy? But from today onwards, the trend of accepting newcomers in the cloud top had changed overnight. He had asked several places and used spirit stones to pave the way. The reply he received was that he should come back in a few months. Therefore, there was no need to stay here. The cloud top was vast and winding. If a Jindan cultivator made up his mind not to show up, no one could do anything about it. He couldn't wait like a fool. It was difficult to rely on the Watermoon Nunnery to provide accurate information. The nunnery's way of survival was not to fight, but to endure. This made him feel helpless. The Watermoon Nunnery was full of jubilation. Although there were no lanterns or colored banners, the footsteps of people coming and going and the relaxed expressions on their faces told him everything. Most people only knew that the Watermoon Nunnery took in women who cultivated alone, but not many people knew that the Watermoon Nunnery also found a home for female cultivators. It was normal for people to enter and leave. Otherwise, the small nunnery would sooner or later become a shelter for female cultivators in the Cloud Lake archipelago. The Watermoon Nunnery also had its own inheritance system. Basically, it was a master-disciple relationship. The master was an unswerving Buddhist and Taoist, and the disciples were all good people. Of course, there were also some foreign female cultivators who were disillusioned with the mortal world. However, it was difficult for people like the 2 female companions of the Li family who came to the Watermoon Nunnery to seek protection because of their family and personal experiences. They needed to be observed in the nunnery to determine whether they really had no attachment to the prosperity of the outside world. This process would take at least 10 years, and at most decades. Under the confirmation of the elders in the nunnery, they could finally decide who they belonged to. During this process, they had the right to leave at any time, and the Watermoon Nunnery wouldn't stop them. After all, the nunnery only provided them with a quiet environment and didn't provide them with resources. After staying in the Watermoon Nunnery for a long time and making more friends, they naturally developed feelings for each other. If any of their sisters found a good home, everyone would give them their blessings. Especially for those in the building foundation stage, it was impossible for them to be completely unswerving until they reached immortality. The more they knew about the cultivation world, the more they realized how illusory the so-called immortality was. How could it be so easy to be unswerving until death? Only a few people did. Most people preferred to build a family, have a good environment, and have children and grandchildren. This was the nature of human beings. They were still human beings in the building foundation stage, but they were not immortals yet. Therefore, in the Watermoon Nunnery, the number of people who left was not necessarily less than the number of people who came, which formed a dynamic balance. The Watermoon Nunnery's fighting strength was mediocre, but they could firmly occupy a position in a place as chaotic as the Cloud Lake Archipelago, which had a lot to do with their connections. These female cultivators who spread out would all remember the good things about the Watermoon Nunnery, and in the future, their families and friends would gradually have this kind of impression. As a result, in the current Thousand Islands region, many sects and cultivation families could more or less make trouble for the Watermoon Nunnery if they wanted to. As a matter of fact, in the past few days, 2 more sisters found a good home and were going to settle down on an island in the outer sea. As for whether it was the Watermoon Nunnery who pulled the strings or their own luck, no one knew. Anyway, the main family was in a good situation and was also the owner of the island. They liked each other and needed 2 mistresses to increase the number of children. Although they were mistresses, the main wife was an ordinary mortal. Sooner or later, she would be promoted to the main wife, so there was no hurry. The inheritance of a cultivation family was not as simple as that of the mortal world. It was often more difficult for a cultivator to have children than it was for a mortal. The higher the cultivation stage, the more difficult it was. It was even more difficult for a cultivator and a mortal to marry, because the mortal was not affected by the cultivation seed and couldn't fall in position. In the cultivation world, it was normal for males to be abundant and females to be scarce. Female cultivators with the same cultivation stage were still in hot demand, and there weren't many of them in the first place. Excluding those who were determined to cultivate, those who came from sects, and those who had families, there was really not much room for choice. This time, 2 women were marrying the same man, which was very rare. It also showed that the man had to be excellent. Not only did he have to have some strength, but the support of his family was also very important. Chapter 639. The marriage of a cultivator was obviously not as grand as that of the mortal world. They had been through it a few times and were already used to it, so they didn't care about it. Most importantly, Shueyu Nunnery never held it on a grand scale, which was inconsistent with the image of a nunnery. The sisters said goodbye to each other in the nunnery. When the time came, the 2 bhikkhunis walked out of the nunnery alone. When the nunnery door closed, the 2 of them knelt on the ground and cried. A flower carriage drove to the entrance of the nunnery. It was mainly for fun and represented a certain meaning. It was something that all wedding ceremonies had been reduced to the extreme. In fact, it would be done after picking up the people for a short while. For cultivators, it was really sullen to sit in this kind of thing. The driver was a young man. After waiting for a while on the shaft of the carriage, he was a little impatient. Enough. Why are you still doing it? Just cry a few times. It's not like you're going to be separated forever. The 2 women stopped crying when they heard this. Helpless, they didn't say anything and got into the carriage. The flower carriage started and trotted away from Shueyu Nunnery. In the eyes of those who knew about it, they couldn't help but sigh. Another 2 cabbages, oh no, 2 old luffers, had been taken away. After walking for a few miles and turning a few corners, the buildings of Shueyu Nunnery could no longer be seen. In a small town, the driver returned the flower carriage. At this time, the two bhikkhunis had changed their clothes. They were no longer dressed as nihility, but as ordinary women. Clothes made the man. Although they didn't do it deliberately, they were cultivators after all. Time didn't leave too many marks on their faces, even if they were actually not young. Female cultivators all had their own unique secrets in maintaining their appearance. It was as if it was a talent. "Sir, are you picking up your family? In addition to the flower carriage, we have other carriages here. They are guaranteed to be comfortable and the price is fair." Boss Che tried to attract business. Just by looking at their clothes, he knew that they weren't ordinary people and had the potential to be big customers. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "Picking up your family, but you insist on going back to your parents' home. It's also troublesome. It's a waste of money and manpower. Don't take the carriage back. Take it as punishment." Boss Che smiled awkwardly. He had such a beautiful and charming wife, but he had to punish her by walking. He didn't know what this person was thinking. Only when he saw the three of them slowly rising into the air did he shut his mouth. Since they were cultivators, there was no need to say anything. Saying too much would only invite trouble. After flying for some distance, Lu Xiaoyi took out a bundle of silk from his bosom and handed it to one of the women. "Miaoshi, right? Your veil fell on the float. It's yours, right?" Miaoshi is the first woman of the Li family. She is nearly 200 years old. She has begun to enter the later years of a laying foundation cultivator. However, she is well maintained. If her purpose is only to marry into a cultivation family to carry on the family line, there is still time. Miaoshi thanked him. "Thank you for your care. There are some small things that I have to trouble you with." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "It's no trouble. I just picked up a sand towel and wiped the traces under the float chair. It's a small matter. I'm very careful. I hope I can take good care of you all the way. Otherwise, if Senior Huaiji blames me, I can't afford it." The veil was left by Miaoshi. The traces under the chair were carved by Haiyin. Their purpose was self-evident. However, under Jindan's level of spiritual awareness, there was nothing to hide. Haiyin was much more shrewish. "I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. We sisters were changing clothes in the carriage. I think you saw it clearly." Lu Xiaoyi didn't take it seriously. "I saw it clearly. Too clearly. It's just that you changed too quickly. Next time, you can do it slower. I only have such a hobby. I have to trouble you two to cooperate." The two women were speechless. They had no choice but to make this trip. The nunnery asked them to do so. Although the nunnery didn't tell them the reason, they were not stupid. They just wanted to use their appearance to fish out the son of the Li family who had been hiding in the dark. After hundreds of years of resentment, many things had become indifferent. The Shuiyu nunnery wanted to eliminate this potential threat because of its own reasons. As the direct cause and effect, they had to repay the Shuiyu nunnery for protecting them after enjoying the tranquility of the nunnery for decades. However, in their opinion, the son of the Li family didn't deserve to die. Therefore, they left traces along the way, hoping that this person would know the danger and leave on his own. This was a muddled account, an old account. Originally, with the identity of cultivators and their attitude towards life, those past events could be dismissed with a laugh. There were no winners here. Everyone was a loser. However, there were bigots everywhere, and Li Peinan was one of them. If everyone knew when to advance and retreat, if they knew how to tolerate and forgive, this world of cultivation would be a paradise on earth. How could there be disputes? Was it possible? They were contradictory. They had thought that they had gotten away from right and wrong, but they didn't expect that the resentment from hundreds of years ago still wouldn't let them go. Even though they were old, they still had to face the embarrassing things when they were young. In this crisis that had been delayed for hundreds of years, they had been passively enduring it, hoping that time could erase everything. They could consider the problem in this way, but the Shuiyu nunnery couldn't. How could they bear to let this hidden danger spy on the nunnery at any time? Everyone had to be on tenterhooks when they went out. The nunnery couldn't come up with this idea. It required a deep understanding of the son of the Li family's character, which hit the nail on the head. Based on their understanding of the son of the Li family, he would definitely come even if he knew it was dangerous. The only thing they felt strange about was why this person in front of them thought that he alone could take down the son of the Li family, who was no longer what he used to be. In the past 10 years, Li Peinan had made a name for himself in the Cloud Lake Islands. This wasn't the flattery between the individual cultivators, but because there were countless bloody battles. As long as one understood that there was a Yuanying master in the Cloud Lake Islands, one could understand that the Jindan here couldn't find a match for the son of the Li family. According to their perception, this person was only in the Foundation establishment realm. This was definitely an illusion. It should be the appearance of a gold core realm cultivator who had restrained his aura. However, he was definitely not a nascent soul realm cultivator. A nascent soul realm cultivator had captured a gold core realm cultivator, and in such a brazen manner. If word got out, people would laugh at him. The way a real nascent soul realm cultivator did things was to come in the blink of an eye. Miaoshi said hesitantly, "Shangzhen, are you from the Shenyuan?" It wasn't difficult to make such a guess. In the azure sky big world, only Shenyuan could play with swords, and only they could look down on all the individual swordsmen. No matter how famous you were or how glorious your battle record was, it was nothing in their eyes. Lu Xiaoyi nodded politely. "Yes, I'm from the Shenyuan. Why, do you two have anything to say?" Haiyin had a straightforward temper. The Shenyuan now is not the Shenyuan of the past. In the cultivation world, strength speaks, especially in the Thousand Islands region. No one cares how big your background is. What we want to say is that we've already cooperated with Shangzhen's acting. Don't lose face if you're not strong enough and can't catch him. This will be endless trouble, and everyone will be in trouble. Chapter 640. The three of them kept flying out according to the plan, even though they knew it was just an act. They knew that Li Jiazi would not be stupid enough to believe it. They were just looking for a place to solve the problem, so they had to continue the act. They flew all the way without covering their tracks. 5 days later, they arrived at a deserted island in the sea. It was pitifully small, with only a few miles of diameter. It was densely covered with rocks and not even a blade of grass grew. There was a small sea god temple on the island, which was built by mortals to pray for safety. There was no one in charge, and it was only for passing merchant sailors to pray for blessings. Such sea god temples were very common in the Thousand Islands region. Although not every island had one, there were at least half of them. They represented the longing of seafarers. Lu Xiaoyi felt that this place was very suitable. It was meaningless to fly out again, so he said with a smile, "I think this place is very good. It's quiet enough. If Li Jiazi doesn't come, it's not bad to have two beauties as companions to establish a family and have children." The two women curled their lips and landed on the ground. They could see that this so-called Shenyuan swordsman was probably not a decent person. He had not taken enough advantage of them. How could he have the demeanor of a major sect? "If Li Peinan doesn't come, do we have to wait forever?" Miaoshi asked. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "He will come. You are the source of his resentment. If he can't let go of this resentment and untie this knot in his heart, he will never be able to make progress. Therefore, he must come. Not for you, but for himself. Will you kill him?" Haiyin was a little worried. Lu Xiaoyi asked back, "Maybe I'll be the one to die. In that case, Great Swordsman Li's name will be even more famous in the Thousand Islands region. He doesn't deserve to die." Haiyin was very serious. Although they no longer had the feelings of the past, it did not mean that she could not express her opinion. Lu Xiaoyi was also very serious. Those people he killed deserved to die. Don't talk about whether they deserved to die or not. It's meaningless to talk about it in the cultivation world. You can't ignore other people's lives just because you encountered something when you were young. You can't take it for granted. You killed people and your heart calmed down, but what about others? Were they born to calm you down? No one had the right to judge whether other people's lives should exist or not. You can kill him, but you can't determine his fate. This is the essence of cultivation. It's only the size of a fist that matters. The three of them sat down. The structure of the sea god temple was not bad. Although very few people came here, it was still very clean. In the environment where the sea breeze rippled, there was very little dust. The main consideration of the building was the problem of moisture resistance. Tell me about yourselves. In my ears, I heard the story of a young man being abandoned. This is the version that has been passed around, but I know that it is not true. As the person involved, you have the right to speak. By the way, what you say may have an impact on how we deal with him. Lu Xiaoyi was not a person who liked to pry into other people's secrets, because he believed that this was the source of trouble. But the night was long, how could he pass the time? Even if he didn't want to hear it, there would definitely be others who wanted to hear it. The two women sighed. They also didn't want to talk about it. Why should they reopen the dusty memories and hurt themselves? But they still wanted to use this story to tell the visitors from Shenyuan that Li Jiazi was never a murderous maniac with evil deed. They wanted him to stay away from their lives, but they didn't want him to die. These were two different things. He is almost 100 years older than me, so the rumor that we were childhood sweethearts is actually not accurate. Miaoshi began her story. When he was a rogue cultivator, he was wandering overseas. When he was seriously injured, I saved him. But he probably didn't understand that saving him didn't mean that I liked him, and we had to become cultivation companions. This is different. Maybe it was because I was in a good mood at that time. Hyene's version of the story was also not quite the same as the rumor. Time passed as the two women talked endlessly. Lu Xiaoyi was sleepy, but he had to be alert. Without a good listener, there wouldn't be a good story. Don't bully a poor young man. This was his catchphrase. The most terrible thing was that not only did he think this way, but he also did this way. I just want to live a good life. I don't want to be with a lunatic. He is too self-righteous. You can't be bad to him. He will take revenge. You can't be good to him either, because he thinks you are his. His second catchphrase was, my life is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. For others, this was just a slogan to motivate themselves, but he took it seriously. You can imagine the pressure of being with a person who is full of such thoughts. I want a more stable environment for cultivation. Is that wrong? I want to enjoy my life more freely. Is that wrong? I don't want to be on the run every day. I don't want to live in bloodshed. Is that too much to ask? He thinks that you betrayed him and betrayed his ideals. That's his dream, not mine. You can't lose my own thoughts and become a vassal just because we are together. Everything I do is based on him. He hates dual cultivation the most. But he doesn't need it, but I do. Even if he occasionally dual cultivates, it is like he is practicing his sword. How many times does he strike with his sword? He doesn't want to do it for even a second longer. He doesn't want to do it for even a second longer. He is just a tool. Lu Xiaoyi felt like his head was about to explode. In short, he is a child who will never grow up. Is the world black and white? The two women nodded in unison. In Watermoon Nunnery, when he came to find you. Were you deliberately acting like that for him to see? Your purpose was nothing more than to cut off his thoughts, wasn't it? At their age, the two women didn't care about face, so they nodded in response. He just wanted to prove in front of you that he was right and you were all wrong. And you just didn't want to give him such a chance. Lu Xiaoyi continued to ask. The two women said in unison, why? We have our own lives. Whether it is good or bad, we have to bear it ourselves. We don't need other people to be our life teachers. He has formed his gold core now and has great power, but he isn't happy. We are doing what we like in Watermoon Nunnery. We are very happy. We don't think our lives are worse than others. Lu Xiaoyi heaved a long sigh, but his next words confused the two women. You heard it clearly, right? You just have to live your own lives. Don't think of yourself as a savior. You can't save anyone but yourself. An even deeper sigh came from outside the Sea God Palace. I never thought of saving anyone. I just wanted to prove that the only son of the Li clan wasn't a good-for-nothing who relied on his clan's power to survive. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Do you still want to take anyone with you now? The voice outside the window said, no need. Thank you for letting me know what I am in their eyes. Although it's very disappointing, it's also a relief. Lu Xiaoyi said softly, if you don't take them, I will take you. Chapter 641. However, his words were of no use. Because at the same time that he spoke, a pitilessly enormous divine sense pressed down and enveloped the entire island. That was definitely not the power of Jindan, but the level of Yuanying. Li Peinan, let me see where you can escape to this time. Outside the sea god temple, under the terrifying spiritual pressure of the Yuanying perfected person, several figures were forced out one after another. Other than the human sovereign Li Peinan who sighed, there were 5 other figures. They were all the best of the cloud top Jindan itinerant cultivators. Yi Mingdeng, Canghai Mo, Zhu Chenjun and a few others. They were all Li Peinan's best friends. They knew that he might be in danger on this trip and were afraid that he would be surrounded by the sect, so they accompanied him and sent him on his last journey. Li Peinan had offended too many factions and sects in the Cloud Lake archipelago and could not stay any longer. After fulfilling his wish this time, he planned to escape to a faraway place. But he did not expect that the one who came was not the Jindan group of the sect, but the Yuanying elder. This was extreme hatred and disregard for the rules. Under the spiritual pressure of the Yuanying, the itinerant cultivators below could only huddle together for warmth. From being scattered all over the place, they had now gathered together in a formation. Of course, there were no special formations. They were all the most basic formations. This was the specialty of the itinerant cultivators. In this aspect, they were fundamentally different from the disciples of the sects. Li Peinan stopped his friends from moving and stepped out from the crowd. Venerable Zheng Qin, you came for me, it has nothing to do with them. Why do you have to create more karma? An old man with an immortal aura appeared in the sky and sneered coldly. How sensible, you shouldn't have come. Who doesn't know about the grudge between you and the Cloud Lake sect? Who doesn't know? Knowing this, you still provoke me. Is this your attitude? You want me to pretend not to see it? Karma. You're not worthy. Killing you is just a small karma. Leaving them alive is a big karma. Without wasting any time, he raised his palm, and the 6 Jindan cultivators immediately reacted as though they were facing a great enemy. A tornado of spiritual highland covered the sky and earth, and in a single exchange, 5 of the 6 Jindan cultivators were severely injured. No matter how famous Jindan was, he was a rogue cultivator after all. The higher his realm was, the greater the gap between him and the orthodox cultivators. Li Peinan might be an exception, but the other 5 were normal people. They were vulnerable under Master Zheng Qin's gang spirit skill. Master Zheng Qin stared at Li Peinan. Human sovereign? You can't even be a son, let alone the human sovereign? What a joke. The reason why I didn't injure you was to see your flying sword last time. Let your friends see what kind of person the so-called human emperor, who became famous after fighting with Yuanying, is. This was his 2nd time attacking. It was a little embarrassing to say it out loud. As the Grand Yuanying patriarch of a sect, finding trouble with a lone Jindan cultivator was not something pleasant to speak of. Yet, he didn't manage to deal with him even after finding trouble. This made him a joke in the Cloud Lake archipelago. Originally, in the Cloud Lake archipelago, there were still a few perfected person-level cultivators who wanted to find trouble with the son of Li Peinan. But now, no one dared to attack, because they knew that Master Zheng Qin would definitely attack a 2nd time to regain his face. This made the old master extremely embarrassed, and he couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, where would his face and his sect's face go? Regarding the previous battle, after the old master went back and carefully pondered over it, he felt that there was something fishy about it. He was a person who was famous for being cautious in the Cloud Lake Yuanying circle. He believed in being thorough and safety first. Thus, in the first contact, he felt that this Jindan swordsman's flying sword was abnormal, and lost the confidence to continue attacking. There was a limit to how careful Yuanying could be when it came to Jindan, and they shouldn't be so timid. The incident happened a few years ago, when an old rogue cultivator from the East Sea came to visit him. Because he was about to die and was powerless, he had some matters to take care of after his death. They had been friends for hundreds of years, and were friends who truly trusted each other. Although this old friend of his was a rogue cultivator, his orthodoxy was very profound. He came from the East Sea's Guangling sect, and was an orthodoxy that was very good at divination. This time, after making arrangements for his death, in order to thank his old friend for his help, and since he didn't have much time left, he went all out and was willing to reveal the secrets of heaven, and did a divination for Master Zheng Qin. A few days after the divination, this perfected person died in Cloud Lake Archipelago. Originally, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, and he could at least hold on until he returned to the East Sea and buried himself in his hometown. Because of this, it proved that his divination was real, and Master Zheng Qin had no choice but to take it seriously. The divination went like this: everything goes smoothly, except for the pill. Pill? Could it be a pill? Or could it be Jindan? Master Zheng Qin was an expert in alchemy, and he himself had swallowed countless pills. To every alchemy master who had some achievements in alchemy, testing pills was a normal operation. What were the uses, effects, shortcomings, side effects? How could other people's knowledge compare to their own personal experience? This was a quality that an outstanding alchemist must have. Therefore, the first thing he considered was whether or not his tribulation was here. Then there was Jindan. Did this mean that his danger came from the challenge of a lower-level Jindan cultivator? The possibility of this was not high, because he wasn't too keen on fighting. Why would he find trouble with a Jindan cultivator? However, a few years later, one of his most cherished disciples was killed in the wild. That was a successor that he had spent countless time and resources to cultivate. How could he not be heartbroken when it was destroyed by the hands of a rogue cultivator? His sect was a medium-sized sect, and there were only a few perfected Yuanian cultivators. They were all outside the universe collecting spiritual opportunity, and he was the only Yuanian patriarch guarding the sect. Because he focused on alchemy, he was weaker in other aspects, including combat and the ability to deal with complicated matters. In the end, under the instigation of the other sects, the other perfected Yuanian cultivators all kept their cool, but he, the old master, was the only one who was provoked. That was why he made the first move to kill. However, he was not stupid. He knew that in the divination, there was a possibility that Jindan might be his opponent, so he acted very carefully. This was also the reason why Li Peinan was able to scare him away as soon as he used his trump card. However, he was a Yuanian perfected Yuanian cultivator after all. After he went back and thought about it, he finally figured out that Jindan's trump card could indeed hurt him, but it was not Jindan's true strength. Furthermore, such a trump card might not be used again. His lack of combat experience and his worry about the divination caused him to miss a good opportunity and make a fool of himself. This was what he judged after the fact. In fact, he did not make a wrong judgment. Therefore, he came here to reorganize his Dao heart and to regain his lost reputation. Most importantly, Yuaniing was Yuaniing, and Jindan was Jindan. Since when was it the turn of a rogue cultivator to fight against cultivators of a higher level? Yuaniing was afraid of Jindan. It was a problem with his alchemy. If he really had such an attitude, how could he improve in the future? He felt that he was a little paranoid. If he had known that this would be the result, he would not have done that divination. He had tied himself down and caused so much trouble for no reason. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.